And as you can see, the Kololo ceremonial grounds are well adorned with some of the wildlife we have across the country. And take your time to absorb this beautiful flora and fauna we have, especially for you if you're one of the visiting delegates. But as we welcome you, allow me to invite the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Vincent Bajire, to take us through some of the milestones as a country we have come through to arrive at this day.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, leaders of delegations, honorable ministers present, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the National Organizing Committee, I take this opportunity to welcome you all here at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Today is indeed a historical day and a day of constitutional significance, where His Excellency the President shall take oath of allegiance as well as the oath of President. As we have been informed earlier, our Director of Ceremonies shall be High Excellency the Vice President, Major Retired Jessica Alupo, and should be assisted by myself, Vincent Bajire from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Colonel Chris Magezi from the UPDF, and Maurice Mugisha from UBC. Distinguished delegates, distinguished guests, allow me to look back at the earlier years of His Excellency the President's tenure of office and go through some of the highlights of what he has done for our country. Looking back at the earlier years of the presidency, the major preoccupation of His Excellency the President was to ensure peace and security for the people and their property, as well as promote political, monetary, and economic stabilization through a series of reforms. His Excellency the President prioritized the pacification of the country by fighting insurgencies in the northern and eastern part of Uganda. And thanks to his commitment, today we are all proud to say that the entire country is free of any insurgency. And Uganda has actively been contributing to peace efforts across Africa. He championed the rebuilding of our national economy, reversing decades of economic stagnation. His Excellency the President pursued economic stabilization and ensured monetary discipline, and within the same period, taming inflation and registering consistent GDP growth. Distinguished guests, as you may know, the government undertook reforms and reorganization of administrative units at all levels, ensuring political participation at grassroots level through the introduction of resistance councils, now referred to as local councils. In order to guarantee a sustainable future for Uganda, he focused on the return to constitutionalism by ensuring a democratically elected people's representative formed the Constituent Assembly, which formulated Uganda's constitution. This ceremony today is one of the products of our constitution. As we all know, there was a time in our country when HIV/AIDS wreaked havoc across the country, and H, the president, took on the mantle to sensitize Ugandans with robust HIV/AIDS prevention and sensitization strategy, widely credited with the dramatic reduction of the HIV prevalence in the country and a model to fight HIV/AIDS. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a brief account of some of H, the president's milestones during his 10 years, his first 10 years in office. I will now invite my colleague, Kanomagezi, to welcome the service chiefs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vincent Bajire, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and my co-MC today. We welcome all of you, distinguished guests. As soon as you arrive, you'll be assisted by our ushers to find your positions. Anytime from now, the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor for Special Operations, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, will be joining us as well. We earlier noted the arrival of the other service chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Abbas Byakagaba, and the Commissioner General of Prisons, Dr.
Hello. Bernard, test one. Yo, Bernard.
yakutende ku byobulamu biri mu giya emyoka nagitekawo ku kazi yefuna
tukakutora na muzeyi wasinga esho lyemanze mukunda Uganda tukakutora na muzeyi wasinga esho lyemanze mukunda Uganda
kanisa bajozeyo z'omuwanguzi ebirungi byakoze akigwanira abalonzi muyina okusiimibwa wakalulu alumbirwa emirembe oli mumeganya kiraba meganyi olaba watuuka n'okufuntula koni eddembe mu Uganda yaffe lyagumye tojawulira tuttuka abayekera eddembe lyewaleetawo omusambu abamu tutuuka n'okupakasa ekiro tusabira abazadde b'omusambu okuzaala omuntu aliko
And this is where the inauguration of President-elect Yoweri Museveni will be happening. On my extreme left is the box where he will be taking two votes, one for the presidency and the other for the allegiance. Those are the two votes that will be there today. A lot of VIPs have shown up today. Ministers, the diplomatic corps is also here. And the latest to enter in was the Chief of Defense Forces, General Museveni, that is here. Everything has been painted yellow here. Also, drills have been happening. So drills by the soldiers have been happening. A lot of delegates. We also, over 30 delegates, heads of states and delegates will be here with the presidency. The extreme left is the VIP tent, where the VIPs are the heads of states, the delegates, and their representatives.
You've built Uganda, protected Uganda, you the best forever and ever. Father the nation, congratulations. I say,
Zeye bazizanya bamuwagira olw'emirimu gy'akoze ne mumusasula batonna bamufaananya emirimu n'enkola.
Michael, Julie. Return on the long-term plan for the president.
Okay, in the legal docket, what would you say are your achievements as the Attorney General?
I think for us, really, ours is a service industry. We don't have, we can't say we have any real tangible returns because people just need to see justice done and they just need to see it faster. What we can say we have done is I think we have managed to ensure that everything is done in accordance with the law. Whether we agree or we don't agree, everything must be done in accordance with the law. Secondly, we have taken justice further and closer to the people. We have got magistrates' courts now nearer to the people. We've got our own offices nearer to the people. We've got the judges nearer to the people. So I think that's one of the things that we have engaged best in this period. We are hoping that the change in the law in the Magistrates Courts Act and the extension of the magistrates courts and the judiciary system further the people is going to fasten the process of justice, because justice is not okay to just say it's been done. It's also the time that it takes to get this thing done.
And I'm glad you spoke about time. The next 5 years, what should Ugandans anticipate from the NRM government?
Well, the next 5 years, one, as you must understand, the theme is protecting the gain. So the first thing we are going to do is to protect that which has been done. Uganda will remain peaceful. Uganda will remain increasing on its agro-industrialization. Uganda will continue to engage and deepen our tourism. As you can see today, everywhere is Explore Uganda. That's part of the thing. We are going to engage more in minerals. Oil and gas is expected in the next, and then obviously science. Yesterday there was a show. All those were at tips of where we are going. We are going to first of all consolidate what has been done and try and build on that. And that has been the motto of the NRM forever. NRM doesn't break down, it just builds onto what you have.
Wow, so this is the foundation for the next 5 years.
For the next 5 years and the future of this country. For the next 5 years and the future of this country.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We appreciate your time. So that was Honorable Chiriowa Chiwanuka giving us a brief of what is happening today here, but also he explained the oaths, both the oath of the presidency and the oath of allegiance that are both there. And we're excited to be able to see exactly what will be happening. A lot of dignitaries still coming in. We're waiting for the Vice President, who Her Excellency retired Major Jessica Lupo will be the Chief Presiding Officer as the Master of Ceremony here, and she has people that will be helping. But also if you come all the way from the entrance, a lot of statements being made on tourism, and this expression has come out here, especially looking at the conference that will be happening going forward. Especially what we see going forward there. But ministers are walking in, diplomatic corps is also walking in, security is tight here, but a lot of people seated in the pavilion that sits more than 5,000 people there. And we're excited also to have a new honorable in the... Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Rogers Biamukama, MP-elect Masini Municipality.
How are you and how was the elections, and congratulations to you?
Elections went very well, of course. I was able to win, and thank you very much. But here is a very historic moment, especially for me and for the people of Uganda, to usher in a new term of office of the president without any incidents whatsoever. I think it's a great opportunity for the country, but also for all the patriots in this country to see a moment like this, where we have, not necessarily change of guard, but change of administration or a new term for that matter. It's a great moment.
The people of Masindi are watching you, Honorable, and expecting in the next 3 days you will be swearing in also as a Member of Parliament. Why should Ugandans be expectant in this term of office, both as you, an MP, but also as the President?
I think Ugandans are very lucky to have the kind of leadership that we have. If you look at all our neighbors, with the exception, I think even Kenya, but all our neighbors are in turmoil. But as we are swearing in today, Uganda is very, very peaceful from all corner parts of Uganda, and that means one thing, that economic transformation, infrastructure development is able, we as a government is able to do all those activities for economic transformation in a peaceful manner. If we were in turmoil, if we were in wars, it would be very difficult to implement anything meaningful. But being peaceful out here, we anticipate that in this Kisanja, government is going to deliver on its mandate on roads, on household incomes, on infrastructure, on manufacturing, on education, on health, because there is nothing that stops us.
There are pain points that Ugandans are still grappling with. You show in 2021-2026 you dropped from 21% to 16% in poverty, but that does not feel like it's happening in Ugandans' pockets. What should the President talk about this today?
Household poverty is a major concern, together with school dropouts is a major concern. In my opinion, government and President Museveni needs to focus in the next 5 years. It needs to focus on programs that help on household improvement, as well as on education, to ensure that all our children and for generations to come are in school. It is very difficult for you to bring interventions when you have an educated population. When we have so many kids that have dropped out of school, have mothered or fathered children, it becomes very difficult. So if you can focus on those two together with health, I think we'll have a better population that is ready for economic transformation and that is ready for middle-income country.
Thank you very much, Honorable. It is good to have your time. So you have heard from the MP-elect from Masindi, and he'll be coming in a short while there to address a number of things. He has specifically talked about education. That is very important. I am here with Honorable Salim Uhuru, the member of SEC, Vice Chairman, Central, in charge of Kampala. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Uganda. Good morning, our viewers on UBC. Today we are celebrating a landmark. And I want to thank all Ugandans for coming out and supporting His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on this milestone of victory. 75% is a statement. So I'm so happy and congratulating everybody.
Honorable, when we look at some of the things that your people in your constituency are crying about are roads.
Yes.
And you get 65% of GDP from this city. True. Why are you not investing in infrastructure?
I can promise you we are starting a Sulampia. Meaning we are going to put the technocrats on performance, rating them on performance. If a technocrat does not perform as a technocrat, please leave. Leave room, other people will come. This time, no more messing around. We want service delivery. Ugandans want service delivery.
What should Ugandans expect from you? You hold two portfolios. You're mayor-elect, but also a vice chairman for Kampala. So what should Ugandans expect in this tenure of yours?
What I can promise our fellow Ugandans who have entrusted us in these offices, we are going to be your servants. We are going to work. We are going to make sure we give services to you, and we are going to fight corruption. Everyone, my prayer is let us fight corruption.
Thank you very much. Let me let you take your seat. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And you have heard from the mayor-elect there, Mr. Uhuru Salim there, and we're talking about what is happening in the country here. And he has told us Ugandans, especially people in Kampala. I am here joined by Honorable Rakashara, the MP-elect for workers. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
And second member.
And second member, exactly. Congratulations. It was a rigorous process, but you came out successful. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, I want to congratulate His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for these successful elections and peaceful elections. This has been a historical elections that our President, after so many terms, that Ugandans have exhibited love and commitment to continue working with His Excellency President Museveni to make sure that we continue in peace, we protect our gains, and successfully transform Uganda from a certain class to middle class.
Honorable, you lead the workers, the different associations, but also you sit on SEC. Yes. Workers could feel this is an advantage to be able to have you both in Parliament, but also in SEC to minister over policy there. What should workers expect from you and the President moving forward in these next 5 years?
This next 5 years, we will increase the protection of the workers by making sure that the good laws that we have are implemented. That the workers of this country that serve and protect the economy should be protected at workplaces, but also improve their welfare and make sure that workers enjoy their country and their service of this country.
What message are you looking forward to? The President, after his swearing in here, he will be President. He will no longer be President-elect. Yes. What is that pain point that you see as a worker that you need him to answer?
He has already promised that he's going to make sure that we have minimum wage. And once we have minimum wage, we'll protect the workers, those ones that are vulnerable, the exploitation, and also empower them financially, give them capital, such that they can also start the other side business and make sure that their incomes are increasing. He has already worked on increment of salaries. So salaries are increasing day by day as our economy grows. So we expect in this term that the workers are going to enjoy their country.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Rakashara. That is Honorable Rakashara, Workers Minister there, and we're discussing everything workers. He has given a mandate there that minimum wage is one of the things the President has pledged to be able to do moving forward, and we want to be able to see. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, my brother.
How are you?
I'm very fine.
You are brighter than the sunshine.
Exactly. Why? Because of the happiness. Yes. First of all, those of you who don't know me, I am Honorable Fred Bahati. I am the chairman of the Uganda NRM/PLU Voluntary Standby Task Force. This is a task force which I formed together with my colleagues to traverse the country to hunt for votes for the president, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Haburwa. And now today I am here, okay, to celebrate with him and all the Ugandans who voted for him massively, by the way.
Honorable Bahati, why should Ugandans pay attention to anything that is happening here today?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a must. First of all, we are jubilating with the success, okay, which we got on the 15th of January 2026. So all the Ugandans all over, and by the way, this is a new leader now, the president who is coming, you know, leave alone the past. Now this is a new Kisanja with new ideas, new things, new programs. And I did pray for him that in this term of office, okay, he should chase away all those who practice witchcraft, the thieves, the corrupt, so that he chooses, okay, people who are well-intentioned, who love the country, who love Uganda, okay, who wish well to Uganda, and who love him. Because, you know, he has always been surrounded by people with bad hearts, okay? But now, as a standard by task force which traverses the country without any penny, without any coin, be it from the party, be it from the presidency, and for him, we don't blame him because we didn't meet him, okay? And we compiled the report, which report we are to hand over to him anytime. So I am really very happy to be part of the celebrations today.
Okay. Yes. Honorable Bahati, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. You have heard from Honorable Bahati, both PLU and the NRM, the collaboration in there. I'm also joined by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Chris Baryomunsi, Minister in charge of ICT and National Guidance, but also representing the people in Kinkizi West East that are looking at him. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
This is the only time that I have someone that we're height mates.
Absolutely, yes, you are in the same league, playing in the same league, yes. Happy to be here in Kororo. We're just waiting for the brand new president to arrive, President Yoweri Museveni, who is going to be sworn in, having garnered close to 72% of the vote. And we are very excited, we are very happy. That's why you see us even yellow, because he won on the ticket of NRM. And we want to thank Ugandans who participated in the voting, and particularly those who voted for him, and also extend congratulations to His Excellency the President and the NRM party for the resounding victory which was witnessed earlier in January.
IT has become something that brings us together, which is in your docket. Young people are online doing business and different. How do we make that affordable for them to be able to do business there?
Yes, my Ministry of ICT is responsible for facilitating digital transformation in this country. And indeed, over the last number of years, a lot of progress has been achieved. We are working hard to ensure that the cost of internet comes down, the cost of data comes down, so that IT and the IT-enabled services become affordable to even the common Ugandan. For instance, we've been cutting the cost of internet. Some years back, I announced that internet, we had reduced the cost from $70 per megabyte per second per month to $35. And we are working hard in the next 1 or 2 years to bring it down as low as $5. We are also working hard to bring down the cost of smart devices like smartphones, computers, laptops, so that even ordinary people in Kanungu can be able to transact using digital platforms, because ICT is the way to go. The future is digital, and we must make it affordable for every Ugandan. Smartphones, computers should not be for the rich or for the elite. Even ordinary people should be able to transact, because today you can make payments using a phone, you can study and earn a degree using a phone, you can order for items from China, from Europe, using a phone. So we must create an environment, an ecosystem that supports ordinary people in order for them to transact digitally. And we are moving very fast. So that's one of the fundamental achievements under the NRM, that we are moving from analog, from manual processes to digital processes where we can all transact digitally.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. It's always good to have you here. So you have heard from the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, the Honorable Dr. Chris Baryomunsi, explaining IT. I'm also now joined by the Secretary General. We are happy. The Right Honorable Tuodong Richard is here. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much. It's a beautiful day. The sunshine is beautiful. We are witnessing another history. President Yoweri Museveni is taking yet another oath of office to start another journey to properly handle issues of Ugandans. Thank you so much. We thank you for voting NRM. We thank you for voting President Museveni. Today is a beautiful day. We are all excited. If you are not in Kololo, please get to your television screen, watch whatever is taking place from your home.
Right, Honorable, the last time we met, we were in Luboa, you and I, and you were exhausted as results were coming in. You had traversed the country. What areas do you need to improve as the NRM government for the people's mandate?
We know there are many things we have done, and there are quite a number we are yet to do. And for those we have not done, for you Ugandans, you know that what NRM promises, they will always deliver. We know we need to create space for the young people of Uganda to get jobs. We need to fight urban poverty. We need to open our rural areas for investment. We need to make sure the farmers have market for their products. We need to make sure that whatever farmers are putting their efforts on yield results. We need to remove middlemen from extorting farmers and making sure they... So all this put together is to help take money back to the rural areas. Our manifesto this time around is focusing at how we can take money to the ordinary person and make sure that the ordinary person in the village can have easy access to credible financial sources, have access to credible seedlings, have access to affordable skills to improve on his yields. So we are focusing at the rural household. I'm sure we are going to increase more money to PDM, we are giving more money to the youth, we are giving more money to the women, and we are giving more money to the vulnerable communities of this country.
Are you already working on 2031? Because this achievement is yours, you're already there. So are we looking at 2031, and what does that look like?
I am now seeing how the swearing in of 2031 should be. I'm thinking that now. My mind is in 2031 now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. We appreciate your time there. We have been joined also by a new Honorable here. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, I'm very fine, thank you so much. I'm called Honorable Namlondo Sarah Owech-Tambala from Buyende, Woman MP elect. I'm really humbled and grateful to be on this historical day. We are making history. We are having this president. This is as a very, very different function from whatever we've been having. We have the sunshine. It is really a good day. And then I'm calling upon everybody who is around here to please pray for our country, pray for this nation, pray for our Mzee, and then ourselves as a nation, because whenever we put God ahead of us, everything goes on smoothly. Then the people of Buyende, I'm really happy that you made me who I am today, and I'm grateful. I will always be humbled before my people. And then the nation at large, we really thank the president, because this time we are saying let's protect the gains, and Mzee is one of the gains we've really gained, and grateful to you, my brother, and humbled. Thank you so much. Namlondo Sarah Hassani from Buyende, Woman MP elect.
That is Honorable Sarah from Buyende, MP elect, Woman MP elect from Buyende there. But for now, we will be taking you back to the broadcast house. We'll come back here when the president arrives, but most of the dignitaries are here, and we expect the president to arrive any time from now so that the inauguration can commence. From me, Timothy Nyangoso, to you at broadcast house.
Thank you very much, Njenzi. 1 minute, Njenzi. Thank you very much, Njenzi. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, once again we welcome you to this swearing-in and inauguration ceremony of His Excellency the President. We welcome our visiting delegations and we welcome you to explore Uganda while you're here. We want to recognize our religious leaders and senior party leaders of the NRM, and at an opportune time, the PS of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be introducing the other political parties from across Africa and across the world that are represented here. We welcome the members of the diplomatic corps. We welcome our members of parliament. We welcome our cultural leaders. We welcome you, the public, members of the public who are here at the Kololo Ceremonial Grounds, but also welcome you watching across the country and watching us across the world, across the various digital platforms, and listening to us across the digital radio platforms and of course the national radios. We welcome you on behalf of our Director of Ceremonies, Her Excellency the Vice President, myself, Maurice Mugisha, and Colonel Chris Magezi, led by our PS at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, will be assisting the Director of Ceremonies for this opening part of the swearing-in and inauguration ceremony. I want to welcome the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to recognize some of our senior government leaders and of course some of our distinguished guests who have joined us this morning. You're most welcome, PS. Ready down! Yes, sir! Yeah, open it! Mwili! Lagaza!
Distinguished guests, aides of delegations, once again, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all here at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds for the swearing-in and inaugural ceremony of the President-elect of the Republic of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to proceed with presenting the milestones and or highlights of His Excellency the President's leadership from the period 1996 to 2006. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, during the period 1996 to 2006, again under the visionary leadership of President Museveni, we witnessed the strengthening of constitutionalism, the deepening of democratic governance, the pacification of our country, the broadening of economic reforms that laid the foundation for sustained national transformation. During the same period, we saw the operationalization of the 1995 Constitution, with many institutions being set up. And Ugandans, we are facilitated for the first time in 1996 to participate in a nationwide democratic process of directly electing a president in a free, fair, and transparent process. This historic milestone marked a turning point in the country's democratic journey as a popular participation in the election of leaders was significantly enhanced at every level of governance, from the village councils all the way to the national parliament. His Excellency the President remained steadfast in the continuation of structured adjustment programs and implemented wide-ranging economic reforms aimed at restoring macroeconomic stability and stimulating sustainable growth. Of particular significance was the liberalization of the economy and privatization of government parastatals. These interventions brought competition in various sectors such as telecommunications, banking, and industries, leading to efficiencies in the economy. Within the same period, 1996-2006, and most significantly, the professionalization of the Army continued, which had started with the transformation of the National Resistance Army to the Uganda People's Defense Force in accordance with the 1996 Constitution. It is also during this period that universal primary education was introduced in the country, particularly targeting Ugandans who would otherwise not afford to take their children to school. This period too marked the revival of the East African community, a process His Excellency the President spearheaded and continues to champion. Distinguished guests, allow me to note the arrival of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja. Right Honorable, you're very welcome. Distinguished guests, I would also like to note the arrival of our former Vice President, His Excellency Edward Chiwanuka Sekandi, and His Excellency Bukenya. You're very welcome, and thank you for gracing this occasion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vincent Bajire. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very good morning to all of you and welcome to this day that the Lord has made for this, our Republic of Uganda. And on behalf of the Director of Ceremonies, Her Excellency the Vice President, we want to invite you to enjoy our troupe who will be entertaining us shortly. But as they do that, we want to welcome our distinguished guests, our visiting heads of delegation who are here. We invite you to explore Uganda. We invite you to take a look at the screen and and enjoy the flora and fauna of this, the Republic of Uganda.
Distinguished guests, allow me to announce the arrival of Her Excellency, the Vice President, Her Excellency Jessica Alupo Epel, who shall also be the Director of Ceremonies this afternoon. Your Excellency, you're very welcome.
Coming on stage, ladies and gentlemen, the Alur Agwara Cultural Troupe, who will be entertaining us shortly as we welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, again we say explore Uganda. If you missed any of our beautiful videos of the various wildlife we have in this our beautiful country, we welcome you to enjoy the videos on the screen around this entire Kololo ceremonial grounds. We welcome you to share the images of today with the rest of the world as Uganda celebrates this, the inauguration day, this, the swearing-in day of His Excellency the President. Ladies and gentlemen, the Alur Agwara Cultural Troupe. On behalf of protocol, we are requesting that either non-protocol members, if you're not a member of the media, please clear the VIP area. Security and the protocol teams, let's clear this area. Her Excellency the Vice President will be joining us and we want to clear this area. So if you're not a member of the protocol teams, if you're not a member of the media, we would request that we clear this area to allow for protocol receive Her Excellency the Vice President when she joins us, but also to allow for the free flow of our delegates as they make their way to the tent. So on behalf of the security teams and on behalf of protocol, we request that we clear the area in front of the tent to allow for our visitors to find their seats. And again, we humbly request, if you haven't found a seat in this tent, there is an overflow tent on this side, and we request the protocol teams, in case the main tent is full, to allow for dignitaries make their way to the overflow tent on our left, on this side. Protocol, please clear this area for the Vice President and her team. We will shortly be clearing this area to allow for our VIPs make their way to their sitting area, but also allow for Her Excellency the Vice President to see her colleagues and invited guests as she comes to join them. But also we request the media teams to move a bit back and allow for protocol to manage the arrivals of our distinguished guests. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to Kololo Ceremonial Grounds, the venue for today's historic function of the swearing in of the President-elect for another term of office for the next 5 years, from 2026 to 2031. Very beautiful Kololo grounds, well decorated with some of Uganda's leading tourist attractions. This is indeed a good marketing trick that the organizers have pulled off today. Uganda is known for its beauty, for its breathtaking terrain, and have very welcoming people. So we welcome all our visitors and all of your guests who have arrived here at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Everything is going on well. Our visitors and visiting dignitaries continue to arrive. The parade is fully constituted. Abana Uganda mwenna abatulaba era abagoberera emikolo gy'olunaku olwaleero tubeeyanzizza mu bitiibwa byammwe mwenna mwebale okujja wano e Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Olunaku olwaleero lukulu nnyo. Tujja kubatulayiza omukulembeze w'eggwanga omwagalwa Abannayuganda gwe baalonda, General Retired Yoweri Museveni. Parade yaffe erimu ebibinja by'abokwerinda nga bakulembeddwa Uganda People's Defence Forces, Uganda Police Force ne Uganda Prison Service. Omuduumizi w'eparade ya leero Brigadier General John Bosco Asinguza ng'ajja kuba ayambibwa Colonel Stewart Agaba. Tulina brass band era z'ebibinja by'okwerinda zigenda okunyumisa omukolo guno bulungi nnyo leero, era nga brass band ekulembeddwa Kano Moses Sentongo wa UPDF, erimu Uganda Police Force ne Uganda Prison Service. Naye parade ya leero egenda kubaako ya njawulo, egenda kubeeramu nyongeza ddala ddala. Mu biseera ebituufu nga parade etandise ogwayo, ejja kuba egatibwako ebibinja ebirala ebikulu ebirwanyi ebya UPDF, Omungereza byayita arms, UPDF arms, nga bino bijja kubeerako ba paratroopers, aba Special Forces Command, Artillery Division, emunde ennene emizinga, Motorized Infantry Division, emmotoka ezalwanire wansi ku ttaka, Armored Infantry Vehicles, era bagatibweko ebimu ku byuma byaffe bya anti-aircraft systems. Then tujja kubaako n'abannaffe aba Uganda People's Defence Air Force, nabo bajja kuba batulagako mu bbanga wano ku parade. Ebyo byonna bye mbabuulidde, they are all part of the parade. si bano abali wansi wano ku parade square leero naye n'abo bonna benkubuulidde. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, we welcome you to Kololo Ceremonial Grounds, and we thank our entertainment troops for the outstanding job you've done to keep our guests well entertained. As the group leaves the stage, another team is joining in. What an occasion to put up your best performance. Please come and take the stage. We do not want to leave our audience bored.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the protocol teams, we are requesting that this tent is full. We are requesting the protocol teams, please allow for our distinguished guests to make their way into the other tents. This tent is full, and we request all the protocol teams, please do inform our distinguished guests that there is another tent on this side. And I humbly request protocol, allow for our distinguished guests to make their way to the other tents. This tent has been fully occupied, and I would really request that the protocol teams manage that as we continue to receive our distinguished guests, and the PS will be running through some of our distinguished guests who arrived. Your Excellencies, heads of government and heads of state that have arrived, the heads of delegations that are here, and of course all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We welcome you to the Kololo Ceremonial Grounds on this inauguration and swearing in ceremony day. We will continue to receive our cultural troops entertaining us from across the country, and shortly we'll be inviting Musanyusa cultural troupe to entertain us, but allow for the PS to recognize some of our distinguished guests and also share with us our transformation as a country as we continue to celebrate this the day the Lord has made.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Distinguished guests, it is my honor to acknowledge the remarkable international presence and support at today's ceremony. We are honored to host several foreign dignitaries, including heads of state and government, vice presidents, speakers of parliament, prime ministers, secretary generals of various ruling parties across Africa, ministers, special envoys from across the globe, and heads of diplomatic missions accredited to Uganda. Also joining us today are representatives from regional bodies, international organizations, and development partners. Your Excellencies, the Director of Ceremonies, Our Excellency the Vice President, shall introduce you at the right time. Once again, you're welcome and enjoy the rest of the day.
We now want to invite to the stage Musanyusa cultural troupe, who will be entertaining us as we continue to receive our distinguished guests. Musanyusa cultural troupe. Thank you very much, Musanyusa Cultural Troupe. As the ASA Youth Initiative takes position, we want, in a very special way, to recognize the heads of government and heads of state that have joined us this morning. And at an opportune time, the Director of Ceremonies, Her Excellency the Vice President, will recognize our visiting heads of state and visiting heads of government that are joining us today. We will also recognize the heads of delegation from across the continent and from across the world that have joined us to recognize this historic day here in the Republic of Uganda. To you, our visiting delegates and distinguished guests, we invite you to explore Uganda. We invite you to explore this unique, beautiful pearl of Africa. We invite you to continue looking at the screens across the entire Kololo ceremonial grounds that will highlight the flora and fauna of this, our beautiful country, as we welcome you to the pearl of Africa. ASA Youth Initiative, as you take position to entertain distinguished guests, we want to welcome the global audience joining us across the digital platforms. We want to welcome the Ugandan diaspora that are joining us. Karibu sana. We want to welcome the Ugandans across the country watching and listening across the national televisions and radio stations. Welcome. On behalf of our Director of Ceremonies, we welcome you to this swearing in and inauguration day, as I invite the ASA Youth Initiative Group to entertain us.
Then I'll do. They should be able to alert us when it's settled.
ASA Youth Initiative. All right, over to you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President-elect, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, will be joining us in the next few minutes. He will be arriving and joining us here at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds in the next few minutes. He will be received by High Excellency the Vice President. He will be received by Her Excellency the Vice President, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Minister in charge of the Presidency, the Head of Public Service, and Secretary to Cabinet, the National Service Chiefs, who include the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor for Special Operations, the Inspector General of Police, the Commissioner General of Prisons. They will also be joined by the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament and the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement. That will be the receiving party. And once His Excellency the President gets here to the parade ground, it will be all systems go, and will be good to get started. All you need to do is keep firm and tight in your position and watch the proceedings as they unfold. We thank Your Excellencies, the visiting dignitaries from our brotherly countries in the region and beyond, our distinguished guests, our people here. We welcome you in your respective capacities to Kololo Ceremonial Grounds to witness the swearing-in ceremony for another term of office of President-elect His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once His Excellency the President gets here, he will be received by the welcome party I earlier alluded to. His Excellency the President will proceed to the saluting dais, and he will receive the presidential salute. We will have the national anthem, the East African anthem, and thereafter, His Excellency the President will go and inspect the parade for the last time in this current term of office, which stretched from 2021 to 2026. His Excellency the President and President-elect will proceed to inspect the parade for the last time in this current term of office. And after the parade inspection, His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief will proceed and will be guided to his position in the very, very important person's tent, and we will witness another symbolic highly symbolic activity of the lowering of the presidential standard flag, which will signify the end of the current term of government from 2021 to 2026. So they are very, very important thematic sub-themes in this parade of today. You will see each one of them, and may I just remind that all of you that when the national anthems are playing, we stand at attention. After the parade inspection and the lowering of the presidential standard flag, we will have a word of prayer by our leaders in the clergy who are present here.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, has arrived. His Excellency is here at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. On this occasion of the swearing in and inauguration ceremony, today, Tuesday, the 12th of May, 2026. So the protocol team, can you be more vigilant? Is that
We continue to welcome Your Excellencies and distinguished guests from our brotherly neighbors and countries on the continent and in the region. We're exceedingly honored to have you in our midst to witness this historic occasion of the swearing in of the President and President-elect of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. The weather is beautiful. Kololo is beautiful, well decorated, with Uganda's leading tourist attractions.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have their excellencies, the presidents of the following countries. His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. We have Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. We have His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. We have His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Togo. We have His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Sudan. We have His Excellency, the President of Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. We have His Excellency, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Gabon. We have His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Burundi. And we have His Excellency, the President of Ethiopia. We also have the Deputy President of Kenya, the Vice President of Zimbabwe, the Vice President of Venezuela, the Prime Minister of Namibia, the Prime Minister of Rwanda, the Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea, and the Deputy Prime Minister of Eswatini. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have former presidents. We have the former President of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, has arrived here at Kololo ceremonial grounds for the swearing-in and inauguration ceremonies. His Excellency shall be received by Her Excellency the Vice President, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the first Vice Chairman of the NRM, Right Honorable Secretary General, the Minister for the Presidency, the Chief of Defense Forces, the Inspector General of Police, and the Commissioner General of Prisons, as well as the Head of Service, the Head of Public Service, and Secretary to Cabinet.
We welcome His Excellency, the President and President-elect, the Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. A big round of applause as the President assumes his position at the saluting dais.
Salam, Your Highness! Hashima, true! Officers! Ukaguzi wa Rais, jipange!
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief will proceed to inspect the parade.
Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu, gwaride rasmi la kuaga iliyoandaliwa na Jeshi la Ulinzi ya Wananchi wa Uganda iko tayari kwa ukaguzi wako Mheshimiwa Rais.
The parade commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Asinguza, has invited the President to inspect the parade. His Excellency the President is accompanied by the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor, Special Operations, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the parade is constituted by the officers, men and women of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, the Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda Prison Service. At an appropriate moment, the parade participants will be joined by some arms of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. And these are the paratroopers under the Special Forces Command, the Artillery Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, some of the UPDF anti-aircraft systems, and finally by some air platforms of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief, General Yoweri Museveni, paying tribute to the national flags, the Uganda national flag and the Uganda People's Defense Forces flag. His Excellency the President, as he inspects the parade, he is accompanied by the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor for Special Operations, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, and the parade commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Asinguza. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you is the modern, professional, and combat-ready and experienced elements of Uganda's armed forces, led by the UPDF. The story of the UPDF has been told for a long time, but each time it is always a fascinating story. The Uganda People's Defense Forces traces its humble beginnings to the National Resistance Army, a small guerrilla force that launched a people's protracted struggle in February 1981 after the rigged general elections in 1980. NRA was birthed on February 6, 1981, under the leadership of then guerrilla and general of the resistance, Yoweri Museveni. It was a tiny group of fighters, 42 in number, 27 of them armed, when they attacked Kabamba military barracks in Mubende district, marking the start of the 5-year Bush War under the then military dictatorship of Milton Obote. The NRA, now UPDF, has since moved full cycle. They have evolved over time, and they are now a powerful armed force that has not only secured peace and security in the country, but has also contributed to peace and stabilization operations within our region. Therefore, we salute His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief for his visionary leadership over the years that has transformed a small guerrilla force into a powerful national army that is the Uganda People's Defense Forces. And as the parade progresses, when it is joined by the other arms of UPDF, the paratroopers, the artillery division, the motorized infantry division, some of our anti-aircraft systems, and the Uganda People's Defense Air Force, I am sure our visitors and all Ugandans present here today and those following us from all over the country and beyond will understand what I've been talking about. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief, General Yoweri Museveni, is just about finishing inspecting the parade. He will thereafter be guided and ushered in to his position in the very, very important person's tent. And thereafter, we will witness the next drill activity, which will be the lowering of the presidential standard flag. Your Excellencies,
Mheshimiwa Rais, huo ndio mwisho wa ukaguzi wa gwaride ya kuaga. Naomba kuendelea na gwaride, Mheshimiwa Rais.
The parade commander has requested for permission from His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief to proceed with the parade. The next element of this parade, as I was highlighting a few moments ago, will be lowering of the presidential standard flag. Ladies and gentlemen, the lowering of the presidential standard flag will imply that the current term of office of the NRM administration from 2021 to 2026 will have come to an end. That event will be followed by the swearing in processes after we have had a word of prayer from our members of the clergy led by the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, His Grace, the Most Reverend Dr. Samuel Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, and His Eminence, Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubaje, the Mufti of Uganda. His Excellency the President will proceed to his position in the VVIP tent, and while there, the flag guard will march and lower the presidential standard flag. Our distinguished guests stand up to receive His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief. His Excellency the President is greeting his special guests, visiting heads of state and government from the East African region and beyond, and all our friends in the world who have come here. We are deeply honored by your presence, and we salute and appreciate your coming. His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief is having a small tete-a-tete with our visiting dignitaries, heads of state and government. His Excellency the President is going to be guided to stand in his position at the podium as they lower the presidential standard flag. Parade Commander, His Excellency the President, is saying hello to his visiting guests. His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief, the President-elect, is still having a small tete-a-tete with our very distinguished visitors, heads of state and government, and other international delegations from all countries around the world. We are honored and deeply appreciate the presence of all those who have traveled from far and wide to join Ugandans and His Excellency the President-elect as he is sworn in for another historic term of office from 2026 to 2031. Ugandans have expressed their confidence in His Excellency's visionary leadership, and they granted him another popular mandate. His Excellency the President will take his position and remain standing as we lower the Presidential Standard Flag. Parade Commander.
Salam ya bendera. Heshima tu.
The lowering of the Presidential Standard Flag.
Officers, Japan.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you've just seen has been the lowering of the Presidential Standard Flag, marking the end of the current term of office of the NRM administration.
Bendera.
Marking the end of the NRM administration from 2021 to 2026. We will shortly embark on another one after the swearing-in processes. But first, we will have prayers by our distinguished eminent members of the clergy.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Museveni, President-elect, Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the directors of ceremonies for today's occasion. And the director of ceremonies is none other than Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, who shall be leading us through the swearing-in procedures. She is assisted by myself, Vincent Bajire, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Colonel Chris Magezi of the UPDF, and Maurice Mugisha of the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. With that, Your Excellency, allow me to invite the clergy to lead us in a prayer of invocation, and they'll be led by Right Reverend Associate Professor Fred Sheldon Mwesigwa, the Dean of the Province of the Church of Uganda, representing the Most Reverend Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda. We shall also have His Eminence Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mobaje, the Mufti of Uganda, leading us in the prayers. You're welcome, gentlemen.
A prayer for the dedication of His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to Buhaburwa and Uganda as a nation. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father and gracious Lord, our help in ages past and our hope for years to come, we gather today at a historical moment and event of witnessing the swearing-in ceremony of the 8th President of the Republic of Uganda, who is running for the 7th term in office, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, following a presidential election in which he garnered an electoral victory of 71.65%. O Lord, your word in Isaiah 55, verse 8 says, your ways are not our ways. We can only say, your will be done. We thank you, dear Lord, for the healing and recovery of the First Lady, Mama Janet Museveni, and we continue to pray for her. And we thank you for the support she gave her husband during elections. We commit into your hands the First family. May you give them to good health, wisdom, and strength. Loving Father, we thank you for the Republic of Uganda as a nation that you have lavished your love upon, as exemplified by the different tribes that continue to live in harmony, the different religious and faith communities, the good soils for farming, minerals, oil and gas, the thriving flora and fauna, the beautiful climate that is conducive for habitation and production, but above all, the welcoming and genuine nature and character of Ugandans. It is this nation, dear Lord, which we as Christians, who comprise 84% of the population as per the 2024 census report, that we hereby dedicate and at whose helm is His Excellency General Kaguta Museveni, whom we look to steer to greater heights of peace, unity, and progress. And lastly, dear Lord, we pray that you give wisdom to His Excellency the President, guided by you to identify the best of the best leaders who are hardworking, conscientious, trustworthy, and corruption-free, that will assist our cherished nation, Uganda, to make a leap forward in the middle-income status. I pray all this in the matchless name of our Lord and our precious Savior, Jesus Christ. And the peace of God, which passes all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and love of God and of His Son, Jesus Christ. And the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit keep you, Your Excellency, Mama Janety and the family, keep the nation of Uganda now and always.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. O Allah, Lord of all creation, we gather here today in gratitude as your servant, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, takes oath for another term in office. Bless him, his family, and his government with wisdom, justice, and compassion. Strengthen them to uphold the fairness, protect the weak, and promote prosperity in Uganda. O Allah, we pray for the institutions of governance, parliament, judiciary, and all leaders. Grant them integrity, humility, and sincerity in service. Inspire them to judge with justice, protect the rights of the people, uphold the trust placed upon them. O Allah, you said in the Holy Quran, Inna Allah ya'murukum an tu'addu al-amanati ila ahliha. Indeed, Allah commands you to render trust to whom they are due. And when you judge between people, to judge with justice. O Allah, guide Uganda to continued peace and stability. Extend your mercy to East Africa, to Africa, and the world at large. Unite our people in cooperation and mutual respect. Remove division and conflict and replace them with harmony and brotherhood. O Allah, we pray to you to make Uganda a beacon of stability, East Africa a region of unity, and Africa a continent of strength and dignity. We pray all this in your mighty name. Amen.
Thank you very much, the clergy. It is now my honor and privilege to invite Her Excellency Jessica Alupo Epel, who is our Director of Ceremonies, to come and take us through the swearing-in proceedings. You're welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, President-elect, Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, and other distinguished heads of delegations, the Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament of Uganda, and your colleagues, speakers of various national assemblies, who will be introduced later, the Right Honorable Chief Justice Flavian Zeija, the first National Vice Chairman of the National Resistance Movement, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, and your colleagues, the Secretary Generals of the ruling parties from across Africa and beyond, Your Excellencies, heads of delegations and diplomatic missions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to witness the swearing-in ceremony of the President-elect of the Republic of Uganda. This solemn occasion is enshrined in Article 98, Clause 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which expressly mandates that before assuming the high office of President, a person duly elected to that office shall take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the presidential oath, as prescribed in the 4th schedule of our Constitution. It is therefore in fulfillment of this sacred constitutional duty and honor of the democracy and the will of the people of Uganda that we convene here today to bear witness as the President-elect formally assumes the mantle of leadership of our great nation, Uganda. Excellencies, we are at the verge of the defining moment of our day today. As I have just said, I now take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of the Electoral Commission to proceed to the swearing-in podium for the swearing-in and inauguration protocols. Justice Simon Biabakama, please take the stage. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the commencement of the exact reason, the procedure of the exact reason why we are here.
Let us first give reverence to the Most High God, who has enabled us all to gather here, breathing in this fresh air, which is not paid for or supplied by anybody. We live in Him, of Him, and by Him. To Him, therefore, be the glory forever and ever. Amen. The President-elect, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, together with your entourage, Your Excellencies, the visiting heads of state and government, the leaders of delegations and representatives of government, Your Excellency Justice of Uganda, and all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me have the honor, first of all, to introduce to you my colleagues, the members of the Uganda Electoral Commission, with whom we strive to navigate through the at times turbulent electoral waters. Hajati Aisha Lubega, Deputy Chairperson. Commissioner Stephen Tashovia. Commissioner Peter Emerald. Commissioner Caroline Bainemari. Commissioner Dr. Simba Kayunga Sali. Commissioner Anthony Okero. Together with our Secretary to the Commission, Mr. Richard Babo Kamugisha, and all the staff of the Electoral Commission who are here present. On behalf of the Electoral Commission of Uganda, I wish to welcome you all to this solemn occasion where we are about to witness the swearing in of the President-elect of the Republic of Uganda for the next 5 years. Sorry. Distinguished guests, Article 601, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda uncompromisingly requires the Electoral Commission to hold presidential, general parliamentary, and local government elections within the first 30 days of the last 122 days before the expiration of the term of the President, Parliament, or local government councils, as the case may be. According to Article 105, Clause 1 of the Constitution, the person elected as President of Uganda shall hold office for a term of 5 years. Now, having been sworn in and assumed office on the 12th of May 2021, the term of the office holder expires today, therefore. And Article 105, Clause 3, explicitly states that the office of the President shall become vacant on the expiration of the period specified in this article. The lowering of the national flag we have just witnessed signifies that the said office is vacant as we talk now. But do not get alarmed or start developing strange ideas. We are going to fill that void in a few moments from now. Accordingly, the Electoral Commission, in fulfillment of Articles 61(2) and 105(1) of the Constitution, organized, conducted, and held presidential elections on Thursday, the 15th of January, 2026. Articles 103, Clause 7 of the Constitution and Section 59 of the Presidential Elections Act require the Electoral Commission to ascertain, publish, and declare the results of the presidential election within 48 hours from the close of polling. I'm glad to announce the Electoral Commission accomplished that onerous task on the 17th of January 2026 when it declared the final results. Let me unequivocally state it here that the Commission complied with all the requirements of the law regarding the handling of the results right from the polling station to the district tally center and to the national tally center. From the declared results, candidate Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni emerged as the winner, he having satisfied the requirements of Article 103, Clause 4 of the Constitution and Section 54, Subsection 4 of the Presidential Elections Act, which stipulate that, I quote, a candidate shall not be declared elected as president unless the number of votes cast in favor of that candidate at the presidential election is more than 50% of the valid votes cast at the election. End of quote. Candidate Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni obtained 71.6% of the valid votes cast, which was well over and above the 50% threshold, and was therefore declared elected president. I do congratulate you, candidate Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, for being elected President of the Republic of Uganda for another term. I also congratulate your team, which worked tirelessly to ensure that you secure this victory. I also congratulate all the candidates who offered themselves and participated in the presidential, parliamentary, and local government councils elections. On behalf of the Commission, I further extend our deep appreciation to all our esteemed stakeholders in the electoral process. These include the government, which wholly and fully funded all the electoral programs, the political parties and organizations that offered candidates and also participated in this process, the civil society organizations, education organizations, the media, our development partners, security agencies, election observers, religious successful peaceful conduct and conclusion, the opening words of our Constitution, printed in capital letters, what? We, the people of Uganda. On the 15th of January 2026, the millions of citizens who are registered voters left their homes and proceeded to their respective polling stations. 50,739 stations scattered in all corners of the country for the singular purpose of exercising their sovereign power enshrined in Article 1 of the Constitution. The said article expressly states that, quote, the people shall express their will and consent on who shall govern them and how they should be governed through regular, free and fair elections of their representatives or through referenda, end of quote. In so doing, the citizens of this country demonstrated their unflinching resolve and awareness that the destiny of this country lies solely in their hands. Further, that whatever the challenges or distortions on the democratic path This can and shall always be resolved by Ugandans and here in this country. They rejected fear and embraced hope, realizing that the enormous potential available in this wonderfully gifted country can only be harnessed in an environment of peace and stability. They have therefore rejected any form of instability. It is for the said reasons that the people of Uganda maintained an environment of peace and tranquility, respecting one another as they calmly went about the business of casting their votes for the candidate of one's choice. I salute you, the citizens of this country, for enabling today's event to take place. Needless to say, if you are not going to go now, if you are not going out to vote in those polling stations, we probably, most probably, would not be here. And now, on behalf of the Electoral Commission, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce to you all the President-elect, the one whom, out of 8 candidates, the people of Uganda preferred, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And I would ask him to step forward and come to the podium. Mr. President-elect, can you please come to the podium?
He himself, will now invite the chief justice.
My Lord, the Chief Justice, I also ask you to come to the podium and preside over the next proceedings. Chief Justice of Uganda, accompanied by the Chief Registrar and the Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet. Madame Lucy, please come to the podium. Your Lordship, the Chief Justice of Uganda, I hereby present to you Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President-elect, he having fulfilled all requirements as directed by the Constitution and the Presidential Elections Act. You can now proceed to administer the oath of allegiance and the oath of the President so that the people of Uganda can have the President they preferred after so many. Long live the people of Uganda, long live the people of East Africa, long live the people of Africa. For God and my country, thank you very much. God bless you. He resumes his seat. Now he goes back. His role is over.
Yoweri Kaguta Museveni swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. So help me God. I, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I shall faithfully exercise the functions of the President of Uganda and shall uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and observe the laws of Uganda, and that I shall promote the welfare of the people of Uganda. So help me God.
The vacuum has been filled.
His Excellency the President has successfully taken the oath of allegiance and the oath of presidency. He is now signing on the respective protocols. Excellencies, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a new president. Who will take us through the presidential term 2026-2031. Thank you, NRM cadres. Thank you, NRM leaders. Thank you, NRM mobilizers. His Excellency the President is signing and the Chief Justice is leading him through that procedure. His Excellency the President will now receive the instruments of power of the Republic of Uganda. He has received the Constitution. His Excellency is now receiving the national flag. Those are the instruments of power. Next, His Excellency the President is going to receive the presidential standard flag. His Excellency the President has received the presidential standard flag. instruments of power. He has received the national anthem, the Uganda national anthem. And His Excellency the President is now receiving the National Coat of Arms. The National Coat of Arms. And he's, last but not least, receiving the public seal. His Excellency the President has received the public seal. So our newly elected President, who has successfully been sworn in and inaugurated, has received all the 6 instruments of power.
Yes, sir.
The Constitution, the national flag, the presidential standard flag, the national anthem, the national coat of arms, and the public seal. He has also received the Chief of Defense Forces has handed over to His Excellency the President the instrument of power of the Republic of Uganda. The head of public service is the custodian of the instruments of power, and they have indeed been handed over to her. His Excellency the President is now proceeding to receive the national salute. Parade Commander.
Presidential salute, and then national anthem, and then 21 gun salutes. Thereafter, we receive the national anthem concurrent with the 21 gun salute.
After His Excellency the President receives the presidential salute, we shall have the national anthem concurrently with the 21-gun salute. Parade Commander.
Nyuma yuko. Misala nyuma. Mwana raka. Usakat. Bara tumio.
They are finished. They are finished. It's already happened. Okay, it's done. The flag, maybe just to announce, the flag has been hoisted, and we now start the new time. It's up.
Misala nyuma. Nyuma yuko. Usakat. Salam ya Rais. Heshima tu. Tulia. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri wa Uganda na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu, gwaride rasmi la kuapisha iliyoandaliwa na Jeshi la Ulinzi ya Wananchi wa Uganda iko tayari kwa ukaguzi wako, Mheshimiwa Rais.
His Excellency the President is now proceeding to inspect the parade for the first time as the newly inaugurated President of the Republic of Uganda. Excellencies, the presidential standard flag was earlier lowered, but it has now been hoisted, marking the beginning of the presidential term 2026-2031.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and regiment, a very big round of applause to Her Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Jessica Lupo, for managing very well that segment of the program. We earlier on saw the President take the oath of allegiance, the oath of the President, and then receive the instruments of power of the Republic of Uganda. He also received the instruments of national defense from the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor, Special Operations General Kainerugaba, and those included the shield and the scimitar or the general sword, and they were well received, and we now have the President fully in charge as willed by the majority of the people of Uganda on 15th January 2026. His Excellency the President is inspecting the parade, which is now in the Alpha and Omega formation for the first time as President in the new term 2026-2031. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief is accompanied by the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor for Special Operations, General Kainerugaba, and the Parade Commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Asinguza. Once the President and Commander-in-Chief has concluded inspecting the parade, we will have the parade march past in slow and quick time, and also an arms display of selected UPDF arms. They will join in after the parade has marched past in quick time. And the UPDF arms expected to join the parade are the UPDF paratroopers under the Special Forces Command, the Artillery Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, some of our anti-aircraft systems, and finally by some platforms of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force. The newly sworn-in President of the Republic of Uganda for the new term 2026-2031 is still inspecting the parade. The UPDF arms that will join the parade later on are the paratroopers, the Artillery Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, anti-aircraft systems, and the Uganda People's Defense Forces. The Uganda People's Defense Forces will have, the Uganda People's Defense Air Forces will have the Cobra formation, composed of helicopters, the Sparrow formation, the Eagle formation, the Puma formation, and the Tiger formation. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief, accompanied by the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor for Special Operations, is just about to conclude the noble duty of inspecting the parade as Commander-in-Chief for the first time in the new administration that will run from this day, May 12, 2026 to May 12, 2031.
Mheshimiwa Rais, huo ndio mwisho wa ukaguzi wa gwaride ya kuapisha, na wao kuendelea na gwaride. Mheshimiwa Rais.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President-elect, now sworn-in President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the UPDF, has finished inspecting the parade. He will shortly be ushered into his position, and then we will have the parade march in slow and quick time, followed by arms display elements that will also participate in the parade, and thereafter the parade will march in review order. Earlier on, we witnessed the noble and constitutional duty performed by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda. We also thank Her Excellency the Vice President for managing that part of the program very well. His Excellency the President is resuming his position in the very, very important person's tent, and thereafter the parade commander will take over and conduct the parade in slow and quick time.
Mistari nyuma, mwana raka, usawakat, mbare tumio. Japangi.
The parade commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Senguza, has invited the brass band composed of the UPDF, the Uganda Police, and the Uganda Prison Service to assume their position as the parade prepares for the march past in slow and quick time.
Kwa maana pale na maana waraka kikundi cha kwanza chuongoza kwa ujumla chapa miguu.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the color party is right in front of the dais, and we salute the color party. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the parade is now in slow march. Enjoy the parade. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the parade has switched to quick march. And at the end of the quick march, we will have UPDF arms that I earlier pointed out joining the parade. The paratroopers under the Special Forces Command, the Artillery Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, some of our anti-aircraft systems, and the air platforms of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force. A very colorful parade on a very auspicious occasion, and the weather is beautiful indeed. Just what we would have wished for. The color party is right here with us in quick march. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, like I had earlier alerted you, the parade is now being joined by UPDF arms. We will have the paratroopers land on these grounds anytime from now. But in the meantime, the arms display is led by the UPDF Artillery Division. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you are seeing now in front of you is some of the UPDF arms that have joined the parade at this point, led by the UPDF Artillery Division. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the story of the UPDF has been told for a long time, but every time the story is as fascinating to listen to as the first time. The UPDF traces its humble beginnings to the National Resistance Army, a small guerrilla force that launched a protracted people's struggle in February 1981 under the indefatigable leadership and visionary leader of the resistance, General Yoweri Museveni. This was a small and tiny group of fighters, 42 in number, 27 armed, which attacked Kabamba on February 6, 1981. In 1986, the NRA became the National Army, and upon the adoption of the 1995 Constitution, was renamed the Uganda People's Defense Forces. The NRA, now UPDF, has transformed over the years, and these are some of the very modern equipment in the possession of the Uganda People's Defense Forces that has ensured we keep the peace and security in our country and contribute to regional peace and stabilization operations. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, in front of you are still elements of the UPDF Artillery Division. Today, the UPDF is a very robust and modern, powerful military force that has achieved many things over the years. The peace and security, which I just talked about, anchored on key modernization and professionalization themes such as equipped and trained for combat and peace support operations. And indeed, what you see here are some of those arms that define the UPDF as a modern, experienced combat force that is ready to do its job. The Field Artillery Division is commanded by Major General Daniel Kakono. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, right now in front of you are elements of the motorized infantry division of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. These are armored fighting vehicles, very important force multipliers on the battlefield that work closely with infantry troops to achieve our military objectives. These are elements of the Motorized Infantry Division. The UPDF is equipped and trained for combat, and we are ready for any assignment as guided by the President and the Commander-in-Chief. The UPDF has also greatly enhanced its rapid deployment capability and our ability to sustain the tempo of operations in any environment. As you can see, the different arms of the UPDF imply the UPDF's well-attained capability to conduct joint combined operations, enhancing our interoperability between the different services and arms, and ensuring we keep at pace with modern technology systems. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these are still elements of the UPDF Motorized Infantry Division. As a modern, well-constituted and organized People's Army, the UPDF is made up of 4 services. We have the Land Forces, the Air Forces, the Special Forces Command, and the Reserve Force. The UPDF Artillery Division and the Motorized Infantry Division are ground-based force multipliers that support the infantry to decisively achieve their military objective. The Uganda People's Defense Forces are well trained, well equipped, and there is no task that is too difficult for the UPDF to achieve. Indeed, as a reminder, and especially as information for some of our visitors today, the NRA, now Uganda People's Defense Forces, since the 1995 Constitution, has decisively defeated close to 30 insurgent groups that sought to destabilize the hard-won peace and stability in our country. We are aware that our immediate post-independence history was nothing but volatile, a period of great instability that was characterized by military dictatorships and governments of the day that had no respect for human rights, that instituted state-inspired violence against defenseless citizens. And as the Motorized Infantry Division concluded their march past, we are now joined, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, by some of the UPDF anti-aircraft systems that have now also joined the parade. What you are seeing before you are some of the UPDF anti-aircraft systems. They supplement the efforts of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force to keep Uganda's airspace safe and secure, and to engage from the ground hostile objects in the air within the territory of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, The functions of the defense forces include the preservation and defense of our sovereignty and territorial integrity of this country. And as you can see, we are well equipped to undertake that function. We also cooperate with and support the civilian authority in national emergencies and other disasters. And most importantly, we promote and foster strong harmony, understanding between the defense forces and the wananchi. Your Excellencies, before you are still some of the systems of the Uganda People's Defense Forces and aircraft capabilities. They are part of this parade. Any moment now, we will also witness the dropping of paratroopers on these very grounds. The other arm of the UPDF, the Uganda People's Defense Air Force, will also join the parade any moment from now, approaching these parade grounds from the eastern direction. From its early beginnings and its inception, the UPDF has been built on a strong foundation of discipline, ethics, and accountability. We respect the rule of law, we respect human rights, and we adhere to our military code of conduct. And those who fail to keep pace with the laws of Uganda and those of the military, we have our justice systems that ensure we remain a disciplined and accountable force. And perhaps our strongest and most important force multiplier is our strong civil-military cooperation. The UPDF is because of the strong support we get from the wananchi, but also quite significant has been the consistent and visionary support and guidance of His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief, General Yoweri Museveni, that has turned us into what we are. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests here, our paratroopers are already airborne. Our paratroopers are already airborne, and they will be landing on these very grounds. In 1986, and even in the 1990s, the UPDF did not have any special forces, let alone paratroopers to talk about.
This one's up will be obstructing the people there so they can come down.
And in this respect, I want to salute the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor, General Museveni, who was for a long time the commander of the Special Forces Command and who oversaw the development and improved capability of Uganda's Special Forces and the paratroopers whom we are about to see land on these very, very special ceremonial grounds here at Kololo. Our paratroopers are already airborne. Those who have and still possess good sight have probably already seen some, and they are descending here in a very controlled and orderly fashion. These are your own sons and daughters paratroopers, a very important element of the Special Forces Command. Mwena abatulaba, Abannayuganda abali wano n'abagenyi baffe abakulu, yonna gye muli, tuli ku mukolo wano e Kololo ceremonial grounds, mukolo mukulu, mukolo munene ogubadde gw'okulayiza omukulembeze w'eggwanga ayalondebwa n'Abannayuganda mu ngeri nnene nnyo ng'ayina 71.65% ey'obululu bwonna. Paredi yaffe eyeggatiddwako n'ebimu ebibinja ebikulu ebya UPDF okubadde Artillery Division edduumirwa Major General Daniel Kakono, the Motorized Infantry Division edduumirwa Major General Charles Byanyima, UPDF and Aircraft Systems ezidduumirwa Brigadier General Kasawuli, aba paratroopers, aba UPDF, abadduumirwa Special Forces Command, Commander wa Special Forces gyali wano. Major General David Mugisha, Special Forces Group, Brigadier General John Bosco Singuza, era nga ye parade commander olunaku olwaleero. UPDF ezimbye obukugu n'obumalirivu nti tusobola okukuuma eggwanga lyaffe bulungi. So waliwo omu paratrooper alandinze wano munamagye owa UPDF atuuse avudde mu bbanga. Buno bwe bukugu bwe tugamba obwa UPDF bwerina, era nga ebibinja bino byonna ebya UPDF bikolaganira wamu okulaba nti tukuuma eddembe mu ggwanga lyaffe ne mu operation zonna ze tubeeramu mu mirirwana gyaffe okulaba nti tulina eddembe mu nsi yaffe n'abalirwana baffe. UPDF twagala si ggwanga lyokka, naye tulina n'obuvunaanyizibwa bw'okulaba nti tukolera wamu nga Africa okukuuma eddembe n'okulaakulanya kontinenti yaffe eya Africa. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, we've seen some of our paratrooper commandos who are landing. They descended from very high in the skies and they have joined the parade, and they were indeed part of the parade. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, some of the air platforms of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force that I talked about earlier are inbound. They are approaching these parade grounds from the eastern direction. They are approaching these grounds from the eastern direction. They are led by the Cobra Formation. The Cobra Formation is composed of one Mi-17 helicopter piloted by Colonel Hassan Waiswa, and he is the pilot in command. It is in the front and it is carrying the national flag. We have another Mi-17 helicopter in the rear, and we have two escort attack helicopters, one Mi-24 helicopter gunship on the right and one Mi-28 helicopter gunship on the left. They are also part of the parade. And the pilot in command, Colonel Hassan Waiswa, has a message for His Excellency the President.
I'm Colonel Hussein Waiswa, the commander of the air parade. Your Excellency, today the parade symbolizes the loyalty of indigenous air force and the daring progress of our country. It was also used to recognize the that has ensured a stable, modern, and secure future for all Ugandans, all these citizens of the state. Long live Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief, for God and my country.
That was Colonel Hassan Waiswa. He has congratulated His Excellency the President for assuming the highest office in the land. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the different arms on display of the Uganda People's Defense Forces indicate our acquired capabilities to engage in joint combined operations. These elements work together to achieve one military objective. Here we have the helicopters in Cobra formation. Here they are, and they are part of the parade activities. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the Cobra formation is followed by the Sparrow formation. The Uganda People's Defense Air Force has different types of aircrafts for different tasks, for different assignments, and all of them work together to achieve the same mission. We have transport aircraft, we have combat aircrafts of all types, we have surveillance aircrafts of all types, and we have aircrafts for different combat roles. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, approaching the parade grounds is the Sparrow formation of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force, and they are part of the parade. The parade is still ongoing with the participation of these select UPDF arms, and right now what we are watching before us is the Uganda People's Defense Air Force platforms. The Sparrow formation is followed by the Eagle formation. All these aircrafts, ladies and gentlemen, are piloted by Ugandan pilots, well trained, they know their job, and all Ugandans, wherever you are, you should be very proud of what your sons and daughters have been able to achieve. For instance, the pilot in command is Colonel Hassan Waiswa, a senior pilot. We have other pilots in helicopters we earlier saw. And flying overhead are the Eagle Formation, also of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, next on display from the Uganda People's Defense Air Force is the Puma Formation. The Puma Formation is inbound here on the parade grounds. Puma 1, piloted by Captain Nathan Mwebaza, the pilot in command. Puma 2, piloted by Captain Ronald Baluku, the pilot in command. Puma 3, piloted by Captain Ronald Bogere, pilot in command. And Puma 4, piloted by Captain Stephen Bainomujisa, the pilot in command. And here they are, Puma Formation. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will have one of the Puma 4 aircraft coming back here on the parade grounds to conduct some maneuvers. And as I will remind you, the Uganda People's Defense Forces is composed of 4 services: the Land Forces, the Air Forces, the Special Forces, and the Reserve Force. All the 4 different services of the Uganda People's Defense Forces have been on display this afternoon. Puma 4 is here, one of our elite pilots. Puma 4, piloted by Captain Stephen Bainomujisa. Puma 4 is coming for one more round. And Puma 4 will be followed by the Tiger Sukhoi. And it is also inbound on this very significant and special ceremonial grounds. It is here and will be joining the parade any moment from now. Puma 4 is coming to exit and will be followed by the Tiger Sukhoi. Puma 4 is now exiting the parade grounds. Quite impressive indeed. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the last presentation from the Uganda People's Defense Air Force, the Tiger Sukhoi, and here it is on the parade grounds. The Tiger Sukhoi has joined the parade ground and is piloted by Lieutenant Emmanuel Sajabi, the pilot in command, and he is co-pilot and the co-pilot is Lieutenant Sam Nkwasibwe. There it is, Lieutenant Emmanuel Sajabi and Lieutenant Sam Nkwasibwe in charge of the Tiger Sukhoi. The Tiger Sukhoi Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the parade. We thank His Excellency, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, who joined us on this very special occasion and who is bidding us farewell. But the function continues. Back to the parade commander.
Once they take it, then
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, that was the full UPDF parade. That was augmented by UPDF arms on display, the artillery division, the motorized infantry division, some of the UPDF anti-aircraft systems, the UPDF Defense Air Force, the UPDF Defense Forces Air Force, and the paratroopers under the Special Forces Command.
kofia kichwani tu. Jeshi la Ulinzi ya Wananchi wa Uganda, heshima na utii kwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu. Viva Rais wa Uganda! Viva wananchi wa Uganda! Viva Jeshi la Ulinzi ya Wananchi wa Uganda! Kofia kichwani weka. Bendera semyaka wika.
The parade commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Asinguza, is coming to ask for permission from His Excellency the President to remove the color party.
Mheshimiwa Rais, huo ndio mwisho wa gwaride. Naomba kutoa bendera uwanjani, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the President and Commander-in-Chief, General Yoweri Museveni, granted permission to the parade commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Asinguza, to march off the colors from the parade. And what you are seeing is the process of marching off the colors, which have been duly received by the military police brigade under tight escort. Indeed, and that's how much the security services revere the national colors, the national flag, and the flag of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. We thank the Excellencies, heads of state and government who made time to join His Excellency the President on this very special function when he took oath of office for the new term 2026-2031. The Excellencies and heads of state and government will be leaving at an appropriate time and in an orderly and organized way. We've already had the President of DRC, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, who has left us. We thank him for making time, and he will be followed by His Excellency President Salva Kiir of South Sudan, who will also leave, and he will be followed by His Excellency the President of Burundi. His Excellency the President of Burundi will be followed by His Excellency the President of Togo, and we will continue to announce as appropriate when our distinguished heads of state and government leave these grounds. We request the members of the public and all distinguished guests in your respective capacities to remain seated. Remain seated.
Gwanda tatoka wanjani kwa mwendo wa rock. Usawa clear kwa ujumla. Clear.
Congratulations, Parade Commander Brigadier General John Bosco Sengoza, for a job well done. A big round of applause. He has now handed over the parade to the parade second in command, Colonel Stuart Agawa, who will now proceed to march off the parade from the parade square. We salute the gallant officers, men and women who have participated in today's parade, including the different arms of UPDF. So, marching off. After that, they will be. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Huh?
Congratulations.
Yes. And then invite His Excellency of the Governor, the heads of state, then address the nation.
He introduces.
Yes, she introduces.
Shall follow the proclamations.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the officers, men and women, who have given us a very colorful parade performance. Thank you very much. I will now hand over back to my co-MC, the Permanent Secretary and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Vincent Bajire, who will in turn invite the Director of Ceremonies, Her Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Jessica Alupo. Over to you, Honorable Vincent Bajire.
Thank you very much, Colonel Chris Magezi, and indeed the commander of the parade for that excellent job that you have done. Your Excellency and distinguished guests, the Director of Ceremonies, Her Excellency the Vice President, will now congratulate His Excellency the President upon assumption of the highest office in the land, and thereafter she shall introduce visiting heads of state and government to His Excellency the President. Your Excellency Jessica Alupo.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, the parade commander has taken us through a very spectacular parade, march past in quick and slow time. And today, he decided also to entertain us with the UPDF paratroopers, SFC, the UPDF infantry, motorized infantry division, the UPDF artillery division, the UPDF anti-aircraft systems, and the UPDF Air Force platforms. Excellencies, I believe that he deserves appreciation. Join me in thanking His Excellency, the President, and the parade commander. What the parade commander has done is a clear demonstration that the commander-in-chief, the national interests of the people of Uganda, and indeed to secure the whole country and the region. Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, and other distinguished heads of delegations, the Right Honorable Anita Among, the Speaker of Uganda Parliament, and your colleagues, the Speaker of the Senate of Kenya, the Right Honorable Kingi Amason, the Chairperson of the National Council of Namibia, the Right Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha, the Right Honorable Joseph Ngere Pasiko, the Speaker of the Transitional National Assembly of South Sudan, Her Excellency Mabo Memory Chinomona, President of the Senate of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, Right Honorable Joseph Ntakiru Chimana, Speaker of East African Legislative Assembly, Right Honorable Dr. Ashebir Wolde Georgis Gayo, First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice Flavian Zaija, the Chief Justice of Uganda, the Right Honorable Haji Moses Kigongo, the First National Vice Chairman of the National Resistance Movement, the Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of Uganda, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, Right Honorable Richard Todwong, and your colleagues, Secretary Generals from sister parties, including Honorable Professor Abdel Karim Ben Barek, Secretary General of the National Liberation Front of Algeria, Honorable Dr. Asha Rose Migiro, Secretary General of Chama Chama Penduzi of Tanzania, the Honorable Mr. Fikile Mbalula, Secretary General of the African National Congress of South Africa, the Senator Hassan Omar Hassan of the United Democratic Alliance of Kenya, the Right Honorable Reverend Ndikuri Rio, Secretary General of the National Council of the Defense of Democratic Forces of Defense of Democracy of Burundi, and Honorable Dr. Akol Paul Kodit, Secretary General of the Sudan People's Liberation Movement of South Sudan, and the Zimbabwe African National Union Patriotic Front, the Right Honorable Abedlicho Mchube, Right Honorable Dr. Justin Nsengiyumva, Prime Minister of the Rwanda Patriotic Front, and the Honorable Atupele Austin Muluzi, President of the United Democratic Front of Malawi. My colleagues, ministers present, excellencies, heads of diplomatic missions, honorable members of parliament and other political leaders present, our cultural leaders, our religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, I am now left with two brief items to present to you, and then I will proceed to welcome you to speak to us. And the first of the two brief items is to congratulate you. Your Excellency, I wish in a special way to welcome all delegations that have come from far and near to be part of this historic occasion. I take the singular honor to congratulate Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, on your election victory and indeed on your swearing in and inauguration, which has just taken place. Your Excellency's score of 71.65% in the 2026 presidential elections is evidence of the massive support that you and the NRM enjoy in the country. Your victory in all areas across the country also symbolizes your achievements, popularity, and the comprehension by all the people of Uganda in the politics of interests. Allow me to use this very opportunity to congratulate and thank the NRM party that nominated you as their preferred candidate and supported your re-election. I would like to thank all the candidates that participated in the electoral process at the presidential level, members of parliament, and in all other local government electoral positions. A very warm congratulations and thank you to you all Ugandans that took part and exercised your right to choose leaders at all levels. In a special way, Your Excellency, I wish to thank all those who rendered support in any way that they did for you, our candidate, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, during and after campaigns. Finally, today is an occasion to celebrate our constitutional order. The preparation for the entire election process was done in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. For that, I would like to thank the Electoral Commission for the meticulous preparation and execution of the elections under the law. This swearing-in ceremony is therefore a testimony that constitutionalism remains our pillar in exercising our mandate. I wish in a special for securing the country during the entire elections period and for the peace and stability that has set the foundation for the economic growth of our country with the speculated $500 billion GDP annually in the very near future. Once again, Your Excellency, I extend my congratulations to you and wish you good health and success in the coming term of office, swearing in and inauguration ceremony, i.e. protecting the gain. You once again for joining us in your respective delegations on these momentous occasions. I am now left with one item, Your Excellency, and that is to quickly introduce to you the guests here present with us and all the people of Uganda. Firstly, Your Excellency, we are joined by His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Second, we have Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency, we also have His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique. We have here with us His Excellency Fure Ezozina Gazimbe, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Togo. And we also have His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan. Your Excellency, we do have His Excellency Brahim Gali, President of Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. We also have His Excellency Felix Anthony Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. He left just a few minutes ago. Your Excellency, we are joined by His Excellency Bryce Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Gabonese Republic. And we do have His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. And we do have His Excellency Taye Atske Selassie, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, permit me to introduce representatives of the heads of state and government here present. His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency General Dr. C.G. Chiwenga, and his dear spouse, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. We have Her Excellency Gabriela Savila Jimenez Ramirez, Vice President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And we have the Right Honorable Dr. Titunga Elijah Ngurare, Prime Minister of the Republic, Justin Nzenguyumva, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, and His Excellency Manuel Osa Nsue Nsua, Prime Minister of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. And we have Senator Thulisile Dala, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Your Excellency, may I also take this opportunity to introduce to you the former heads of state and government who have graced this occasion with their physical presence. We do have His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are joined by His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn Boshe, former Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, you are joined by His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, the former President of the United Republic of Tanzania. We are also joined by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the former President, thank you, former President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I further take this opportunity to introduce and welcome the following representatives of the heads of state and government here present. We have His Excellency Azuz Nasri, President of the Senate of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. His Excellency Losang Jamkan, Special Envoy and Vice Chairman of the Standing Committee of the People's Republic of China. We have Senator George Akuma, Secretary to the Government of the Federation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and His Excellency Abdoulaye Diop, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Mali. We do have Dr. Ohenyo Butale, Minister of International Relations of the Republic of Botswana. And we are joined by Her Excellency Olga Gisalaine Ebok Babarak Babakas, Minister of Social Development of the Republic of Congo. Your Excellency, we are joined by Honorable Angie Motsheka, Minister of Defense and Military Veterans of the Republic of South Africa. We have His Excellency Sheikh Kakbut bin Nahan Al Nahan, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates. We have Her Excellency Onishi Yohei, Parliamentary Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan. We have His Excellency Atta Sadorov, Leader of the Democratic Party of the Republic of Turkmenistan. And we have His Excellency Mr. Dionisio Manuel da Fonseca, Minister of State and Chief of Civil House to the President of the Republic of Angola. We have Honorable Bella Chakesova, Deputy Minister of Digital Development, Communications and Mass Media of the Russian Federation. We have Honorable James Gaka, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ghana. We are joined by His Excellency Engineer Walid bin Abdul Karim Al-Kareji, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have Honorable Mr. Jayan Chaudhry, Minister of State for Education, Skills and Development of the Republic of India. We have Mr. Nicholas Checker, Senior Bureau Official for African Affairs of the United States of America. We have His Excellency Ambassador Aden Hassan Aden, Special Envoy of the Republic of Djibouti. And we have His Excellency Dr. Mutiba Luabelwa, Executive Secretary of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region. And we do have Honorable Ambassador Stephen Patrick Mbudi, Secretary General of the East African Community. And we have His Excellency Dr. Wokne Gebedehu, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development. And we have Your Excellency in our presence, His Excellency Ambassador Haddadi Selma Malika, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. We have His Excellency Wang Gong, the Special Envoy for the Horn of Africa of the United Nations. And last but not least, we have Excellencies, Ambassadors, and High Commissioners accredited to Uganda, representing respective heads of state and government. And we have, Your Excellency, all members of cabinet present here, all members of parliament present here, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Secretary General ODM Kenya, Honorable Catherine Omanyo. Your Excellency, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite you to address us. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. Very nice.
Your names are difficult.
There are many, but you did a very
Excellencies, the heads of state who grace this occasion, as you heard the President's, His Excellency Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi, His Excellency Fauri Ngasimbe, President of Togo, His Excellency Ibrahim Gali, Sahrawi Republic, His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi, Democratic Republic of Congo, our sister, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu, Tanzania, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, Somalia, His Excellency Oligui Nguema, Gabon, His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, Mozambique, His Excellency Taye Serasi, Ethiopia, and His Excellency Salva Kiir, South Sudan, and the Vice Presidents. So, Your Excellencies, I welcome you to Uganda, and I thank you so much for showing solidarity with us. Now, among these Excellencies who are here, you, the Ugandans, especially the Bazukuru, the young people. Abazukuru Jemuli, Jemuli naye singa temufayo kubitegereza. Mutomera butomezi. Twariki. Nze jjajja nkyali wano. Ngenda kubasomesa. I'm telling these grandchildren, Your Excellencies, I'm telling the grandchildren that they don't know much of the history. So on this occasion, I want to thank the people of Tanzania because we are here celebrating how Uganda is developing now, how UPDF is strong and so on. But the one who gave us the foundation was Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere. And I'm glad Our Excellency Samia is here. And I'm telling you in her presence, I'm telling you people. So never forget Tanzania. Then we have got a very tall man. I had not met him before. Our son from Mozambique, the tall man, you stand up and they see you. He's a very tall man. He's the new president of Mozambique. Mozambique, working with Mwalimu, are the ones who helped us to build this force which you see here. The 28 people I trained in Montepuez, 1976-78, are the ones who built this army which you see here. Then there is the Vice President of Kenya. When Ugandans were running away, many of them would run to Kenya. So those countries in particular, I want you to know how they helped us. I thank all the excellencies who have come here, and the vice presidents, and the prime ministers, and the ministers who have come here. They have shown solidarity with us. I thank them so much. Now, Your Excellencies, the visiting heads of state, heads of government, and heads of delegations, Her Excellency the Vice President of Uganda and other leaders, all the wananchi, especially the Bazukuru, muri mucha Bazukuru. N'abana Uganda balala bonna nafa abakadde temutwerabira. Habari nzuri wote. Mungu asifiwe. Apoyo Lubanga yebazibwe Katonda. Congratulations on the series of elections that we have been having ever since the 15th of January 2026. These were the presidential and parliamentary elections, district chairpersons, district councillors, sub-county chairpersons, and sub-county councillors. I especially congratulate our party, the NRM, for winning all those elections with big majorities. Abana-Uganda, mwebale kuwagira NRM. I also congratulate the other parties, such as the DP, the UPC, ETC, that participated in the elections without using violence, and like the party of NUP and some few elements of FDC that were using violence. The parties under IPOD should clearly lay out agreed guidelines on the do's and the don'ts of election management, according to the laws and the Constitution of Uganda. This Kisanja, Excellencies, is our term for a period. This Kisanja should be regarded as a Kisanja of no more sleep for all Ugandans. Kino ekisanja twetwetaaga abantu okwebaka ate nibekwasa kino nibekwasa kiri songa eddagala liweriri. This Kisanja should be regarded as a Kisanja of no more sleep for Ugandans. With the advent of the NRM ever since 1986, the families that cared to listen to our message got out of poverty. Amaka agawulirizwa okuwabula kwaffe ne bakola bavada mu bwavu. I'm telling my Ugandans that the families who have listened to our advice and worked the way we advised them, they got out of poverty. Do you want proof? Mwetaaga obukakafu kambubalage, nze nkozesa firimu sikozesa lugambo. Show us the real estate around Kampala. Show us. Mutulage. Show properly, don't switch off. You see all those houses? All those are new houses. And they are built by your own Ugandans. They are not built by foreigners. Yes, there are poor people in Uganda, but there are also those rich people you see there who listened and took advantage. Look at the real estate explosion around the Kampala Entebbe area, even before you go to other parts of Uganda. In the last elections, I reminded you of the Matafari, the Muganda contributions that the NRM has put on the House of Uganda in the last 40 years. Excellencies, during the campaign, I told these young people that NRM in the last 40 years has put a matafari, which is our word for bricks, has put 7 matafari on the House of Uganda. In other words, the NRM has made 7 contributions to Uganda in the last 40 years. The first one, peace brought about by the NRM ideology of rejecting the politics of sectarianism caused by the reliance by the opportunists on the ideology of emphasizing identity of tribes, identity of religion, instead of emphasizing the interests of wealth creators that depend on their own sweat and developed countries. This is brick number 1. when we rejected the politics of sectarianism, of identity, of tribe, of religion. That's how we're able to unite the people. That's why we win on the first round, because majority of the people are always with us. All these Bisanja, all these terms, 7 terms, we have never had a real run. We have never had anything below 50%. Why? Because we emphasized the politics of unity, not the politics of sectarianism, not the politics of identity, religion, tribes. If you say religion, there is no religion in Uganda which is majority. If you say sectarian tribe, there is no tribe which is majority. We will not get these numbers. So this is brick number 1, which we put on the Uganda House. Second point, development in the form of economic infrastructure, such as roads, electricity, the piped water, the railways, airports, telephones, etc., and social infrastructure in the form of schools, health centers. You can see some of those there on the screen. Number C, the brick number 3, wealth. You remember, I've been telling you, Enkura Kulana, in Swahili we say, maendeleo. But you can have maendeleo, in Swahili we must also have utajiri, roads, railway, electricity, but they never talk about wealth. And this is a mistake. So, from the beginning, we have been telling you that maendeleo, enkurakurana, development, yes, but utajiri, wealth, must be there. Obugaga. And the wealth is by whom? Utajiri ni wa nani? Unaweza kuwa utajiri wa serikali, utajiri wa watu binafsi, utajiri wa familia, utajiri wa company. The wealth can be for the government, parastatal, can be for the individuals, can be for the family or companies. So it is very crucial. And in the case of Uganda, we have been telling you that the wealth is in the 4 sectors: commercial agriculture, manufacturing and artisanship, services and ICT. If you want wealth, these are the 4 sectors where wealth is. Then number 4, it is now the wealth. Once people create wealth, the wealth creates jobs. You cannot have many jobs without wealth. Huwezi kuwa na ajira ya kutosha bila kujenga utajiri wa serikali, wa binafsi, wa familia, wa company. Kujidanganya huko kuache. Mwache kujidanganya. Muleme okwelimba. Tusobola kubera n'emirimo awatali bugaga. Then brick number 5 were service delivery, the government must provide some services like security, like health, like justice. Those are done, education, those are done by the government, and the government has done it. Then number 6, market, soko. Tukizalisha mali, sisi wazalishaji mali, nani atanunua bidhaa zetu kwa wingi? If we create wealth and produce products, who will buy our products? So that's why the NRM from the beginning, with our elders, Mwalimu Nyerere, Kaunda, all of them were clear. You cannot talk of development without market. We must unite East Africa, unite Africa so that we have a market that can absorb the products that we produce. The United States is a powerful country because they have got their parents created a big market for them. If I was in the USA, I would be a billionaire by now, because the market is there. You produce something in New York, it can be sold all the way to California. But here in Africa, the market was fragmented. But thanks to our partners in East Africa, we have united the East African market. All these leaders you see here, many of them are members of East African Community, of COMESA, of the African Union, the CFTA. So the market is now there. Then in the case of East Africa, we are talking of the political federation also, which will deal with the issues of security. Now the NRM has been telling you that out of the 7 bricks, NRM has put peace is now there, infrastructure is there, the service delivery of health care and schools is there, the market of East Africa is there, the market of Africa is there, we can also access the international market. So the problem is you now to do your part. And your part is in 2 areas. Wealth creation. Be part of wealth creation. Tozira bugaga, nze nerira bugaga. Nze njagala bwavu. Tombule ebyo bugaga. Be part of wealth creation. And once you create wealth, you should also create jobs. Now, during the campaign, I showed you examples here. Let's see them, some of them again, a few of them. Basangwa.
Basangwa Johnson, Managing Director wa Jaka Poultry Farm. Jaka Poultry Farm yaganibwa Bukwenge, Kamuli Municipality, Kamuli District. 2007 twatandika obulunzi nga tutandikira mu Kamuli County Council by then mu plot yali 50 feet by 100 feet. There's a foot ya 5 10 eda itaka. Tutandika tutya twali nga tulina ebyobufuzi wano mu Kamuli nga waliwo ensonga nga chairman wero C5 omugenzi kawugaba mwidukira Katonda mu ekyumulo eky'emirembe nga bamutoyiremu abantu bangi abaatamu application nga bali kwenda okufuuka ba chairman ba 5 aye president yaida yatulungamya yakuba tubana abantu mwena mwena temusobola kuba ba chairman ba 5 aye abantu mujje mukola emirimu egingi ng'okulunda yayogera kulunda embidi okulunda enkoko byona yabyogerako nze naapikinga mu kyokulunda enkoko n'atandika efaamu mu 2007 n'enkoko 5 saawa dino wendogerera ku faamu kuno tiize mabega ntambwire pulezidenti yaida yankyalira mu 2010 nga nina enkoko 5 yasanuka ino saawa dino tutambwire tulina enkoko mitwalo 10 tufulumya amagi etula 2,000 buli lunaku etula 2,000 livaamu miliyoni 2 buli lunaku omwezi liba miliyoni 6 omwaka tuba tuli mu biliyoni ze 6 n'ekitundu etuba tuyingiza so tuwuliriza omulamwa gwa president okuva ku kiseera ekyo kakati katukigiireku president awaire musanhufu ino ku bintu byenkoze era nga buli kaseera nkyekingako wendogerera kati tulina abakozi 300 betukozesa.
Now you remember I was giving you the example of Basangwa. In 2007, I found them fighting for the position of district chairperson, political position. There were many of them. I advised them, why do you all fight for politics? Why don't you look at wealth creation? And I told them what to do, which we have been telling you from 1996. The 7 activities that you can do on a small scale in agriculture and you get out of poverty. Basangwa listened to my advice and he had a small plot of 20 feet, is it 50 feet by 100, I think. He started rearing chicken for eggs. So he's now a rich man, getting more than 7 billion shillings a year now. But not only is he a rich man now, but he's now employing 300 people. So a poor man who had no wealth, who had no job, now is a rich man, but also has created jobs for 300 other Ugandans, those ones you see there. Then we go to Joseph Ijara of Serere.
Hello, my name is Joseph Ijala. I am the proprietor of Taifa Farm, which is located in Serere in a place called Kakusi, where we are. And in Taifa we have dairy, poultry, and we're also making laundry bar soap. But we also have the value addition aspect of the farm, where we produce yogurt and packaging it for the market. This project started 11 years ago after an inspiration from His Excellency, the President of Uganda, when he had come here and he was teaching people about the 4-acre model. He was having a rally in Soroti, and that time I was working as a taxi driver. So he was doing that master business in Soroti. So when I heard this, when I heard he was around, I crossed to go and listen to his story. And he was talking about the 4-acre model, how to improve household income. So when I came back, I was fired because I delayed there and the guy said, you go and eat those words that you had. But I had already this land, 2.5 acres, but I also had local chicken here. But after hearing that, I got inspired to put more effort on raising this chicken. So I raised the chicken to tune of about 100 of them. Then I got a small incubator. That was about 4 eggs. So I used that incubator for multiplying my local chicken farm. Eventually I was having 1,500 local chicken around. I was very famous for local chicken. So but then local chicken were not answering my day-to-day needs. So I decided to translate it to layers.
In Taifa Farm, we have 10,000 layers, which give me about 310 trays per day, and each tray goes at a price of 10,500. So approximately about 3 million shillings a day from the eggs that we get.
Now that is Joseph Ijala of Serere, who was wasting time as a taxi driver getting little money. So when he had my speech, he had 2.5 acres back home. He went back and started rearing chicken for layers, for eggs, and dairy. Now he's getting a lot of money. He was saying that he's getting 3 million shillings per day from the eggs alone. But when I went back in the campaign, he's now getting more than 6 million shillings per day. That Ijala. Now, there is Nyakana. Let's see Nyakana now.
My name is Nyakana Richard from Rwengaju. This village is called Rwengaju village in Karabarole, Potpoto City. And where we are here is my home and it's my farm. The biggest landlord in this village of Rwengaju is having 7 acres. People are surviving on 1/4 acre, 1/2 acre. 80% of the population here, they are on 1/2 acre. They are on 1/4 acre. This farm and this home is seated on 1.25 acre. It is surveyed land. And 1 acre of land here, where we are here, is costing 80 million Uganda shillings. It is very expensive to buy land. Our farm is called Kana Farm. It is having 4 economic activities. Number 1, we are in zero grazing of dairy cows. Number 2, we are in poultry, majorly for layer birds. Number 3, we are in feed processing for livestock. And number 4, manure production.
The screen is disturbing us.
With the poultry, we have 8,500.
But Nyakana is using 1.3 acres. He earns net more than 240 million shillings a year and is employing 15 people. Now, this is in 1.3 acres. Uganda has got 40 million acres of good arable land. If only 7 million acres were used the way Nyakana has done it here, just 7 million of the 40 million would create 105 million jobs, more jobs than the whole population of Uganda. I have reminded you that Uganda has got 40 million acres of very good arable land. If only 7 million of those acres were used the Nyakana way, would create 105 million jobs in small-scale commercial agriculture alone of the 4 acres model or less, and the 7 economic activities. This is before you talk of the big-scale commercial agriculture, such as Madvani, who employs 14,000 people at Kachira, before you talk of the manufacturers that are now employing 1.5 million people. Now, you can say, you Museveni, you are always talking of small people, of 4 acres and less. The Basangwas, the Ijaras, the Nyakanas. Oh no, you are mistaken. I support the big ones also. Let's see Madhvani. Show us Madhvani if you are not asleep. The one of the screen. You want the big ones? They are there. The big ones are there. But we struggle with the smaller ones because they are the ones who don't know what to do. The big ones, most of the time, know what to do. Or before you talk of the services such as hotels, like Sheraton, which employs 400 people. Let's see the employees of Kachira, the employees, the workers there, let's see. They are employing 14,000 people in Kachira. Let's look at Sheraton. Sheraton is employing how many people? Sheraton, if you have it. Sheraton is employing 400 people. Let's look at Mbare. Those are employees of Sheraton. See how smart they are. Let's look at Mbare Industrial Park. Mbare Industrial Park. Freeze it. Go back a bit. Freeze there. You can see how many young people are employing in that industrial park. It has got now, when I was last there, it had like 80 factories, and it was employing 20,000 people. This is just one of them. So, the message of the NRM is 2 words: wealth, obugaga, utajiri is the one which produces jobs. Ajira, I think in Swahili they call it ajira. Emirimo jiva mbugaga. The four sectors, commercial, agriculture, manufacturing, service, and ICT, for now have both low and high-skilled jobs. So don't say, you Museveni, you are talking of only low-skilled jobs. Yes, the Nyakana jobs, the ones of Basangwa, those are low skills. But let me show you the high-skilled jobs. Chira, show them Chira Motors. Chira Motors. And the Karuma. Now all those are skilled workers. Let's see the ones of Chira. obadde ki? Alambaire kulambala yebase. Balambalira. Now those are all high-skilled workers. Let's see what they are producing. Show us the buses. When they get out of sleep, they will show us. Let's continue. So, those are the buses now. Produced by your own people from zero. Totally designed and produced by. There is crying about petrol in the world. For us, we shall go electric. If the petrol disappears, we have got electric buses here. We have no problem. So, the challenge of the NRM is that there is peace, there is infrastructure, there is services in schools and health centers, there is market of Africa, but you must be engaged in wealth creation as an individual, as a family, or a company. And then the wealth you create will produce jobs. And in the case of Uganda, we have got the 4 sectors: commercial, agriculture, big or small, manufacturing, services like hotels and ICT. The 4 sectors, commercial, agriculture, manufacturing, services and ICT, for now have both low and high-skilled jobs. In 2013, only 32% of the homesteads in Uganda were in the money economy. At independence in 1963, only 9.4% were in the money economy. On account of the work of Operation Wealth Creation and PDM, the homesteads in the money economy are now 67%. The other 33% are still outside, but must also join the money economy. When all the families in Uganda join the money economy in the 4 sectors, there will be so many jobs that all our nearly 2 million refugees from the brother countries of Africa that are here will get jobs, and we will have to import other workers from the brother African countries. With more value addition for our agricultural raw materials, our mineral raw materials, our forest raw materials, plus our knowledge economy of automobiles, vaccines, pharmaceuticals, and electronics. There will be more people in manufacturing, services, and ICT than in agriculture. This is where we need to retune our educational system to concentrate on imparting skills to learners that are needed in the labor market, and scale down on random education, or be clear to the learners and parents that certain courses are just for interest and may not create jobs for the wielders of these skills. In Uganda here, we are always talking about the importance of value addition that I've just mentioned here. With the presence of so many African brothers and sisters and friends from outside Africa, I cannot fail to point out the strategic mistakes many of the African ruling elites have been making for the last 70 years, ever since the independence of Sudan, Khartoum, in 1955. This is the mistake of exporting unprocessed or semi-processed raw materials of minerals, agricultural products, etc., to foreign countries. This is a strategic blunder. Let us take gold as an example. If you export a kilogram of unprocessed gold, 84% pure, recently you have been getting US dollars 60,000. If the gold is processed to 99.9% purity, you get US dollars 168,000. Look at the difference in value. However, you do not only donate money to the outsiders per kilogram of gold, per kilogram of coffee, you also donate jobs. All those refining jobs go to the outsiders. That is not all. At 84% pure, that gold cannot be used as bullion, as currency, nor can it be used as an input in other industries, such as jewelry, electronics, aerospace, etc. That is one of the reasons Africa's economy has remained stunted 70 years after the African countries started regaining their freedom. Africa is 4 times the land area of the USA and 12 times the land area of India, with a present population of 1.5 billion people. That will be 2.5 billion in the next 30 years. Yet our total GDP is only US dollars 3.6 trillion, while that of the USA is US dollars 32 trillion, China 20.65 trillion, India USD 4.18 trillion. This hemorrhage must stop. That is where here in Uganda we banned the export of unprocessed minerals and try to get people to address value addition here for all the other raw materials that make profits. In the African economies, we must ensure both vertical and horizontal integration. Africa's GDP should at least be 60 trillion US dollars, if not more. Our friends from outside of Africa should also help us to achieve this. If they see far, they will see that this is also in their own interest. If you are a clever capitalist, why would you want to do business with a poor man with a small purchasing power? I regard myself as a clever capitalist. I produce milk. I want many Ugandans and many Africans to buy my milk. However, they cannot buy my milk unless they have money in their pockets. Luckily, I am both a clever capitalist and also a Christian, as well as a patriot. And I therefore love God with all my heart, and I love my neighbor as I love myself. I'm therefore working feverishly to put money in the hands of Ugandans for them to get out of poverty, improve their purchasing power, and also improve their milk consumption per capita from the present 60 liters to 210 liters recommended by WHO for the sake of the calcium of their teeth and their bones. I also pray the same happens in the whole of Africa and the world. The phenomenon of Uganda having more jobs than local labor force is not new. The small enclave economy of the British Times, the economy of the 3 C's and 3 T's, could not get enough workers locally, although it was only covering 9.4% of the homesteads. That is how our brothers from Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania came. You listen to our message and wake up, kuzukuka, given our raw materials base of Uganda, the present population of Uganda of 48 million people will not be enough to manage a developed Uganda. In small-scale agriculture, in order to support PDM with zero grazing chicken, pigs, goats, turkeys, sheep, cattle, we must solve the problem of water up to the whole household level, or up to at least the village, where one can use a wheelbarrow to bring the water to zero grazing areas. The current woman MP for Ntungamo, the Honorable Josephine Kamateneti, has developed an interesting model that uses solar-powered water pumps and wells, Amaziba or Ruzi, in the areas of Uganda that have got Enshuro spring. She uses 8.1 million shillings for a village. The homesteads can then use wheelbarrows to bring water to their homes. How can this model be adapted to the boreholes for the areas with no Enshuro? With fish farming, before I go to the fish farming, I wanted to show you Wagagai in Busia, the value addition to gold. If you have it, show it quickly. Now, freeze that one. Each one of those is fully refined gold in Busia. And each one is a kilo. And each one is now costing $168,000. If you sell and process gold, 84% pure, a kilo, you'll get only $60,000. So you see the wastage. Africans are really in trouble. How can you throw away your wealth like that? You are losing more than $100,000 in every kilo of gold. And then you say you will solve your problem. How will you solve the problem? With fish farming in the Miga edges of the wetlands, the government will help the communities with the earth-moving equipment to make the fish ponds, the solar-powered water pump, to pump water and aerate with oxygen and protect the fish against snakes. The issue of fish fries, nyanja, and fish feeds is also being addressed. The support for all the other sectors, big commercial farmers, manufacturing, artisanship, services, ICT are contained in the government's Fourth National Development Plan, NDP4. No more excuses. These programs are not in other countries. They are here in Uganda, in every parish, every constituency, in UDB. If anybody is diverting the money, you, since 1986, are empowered to deal with him or her because of the democratic local councils, where you are the ones who elect the leaders. join the parish savings circle, and directly participate in the management of the savings circle. If the money is not enough, tell your MPs to work with me in Kampala to concentrate more money in PDM instead of okumemerera, scattering the okumansamasa, scattering the money in many other programs. Especially for agriculture, you need to protect our environment. We need our wetlands for both our rain and irrigation. We need our forests for the rain and protecting the catchment areas of the river systems, the Elgon, the Rwenzori, the Mabera systems, the Seziwarwajari systems, the Mayanja Kafurugogo systems, and River Kajera systems. All the rice growing and potato growing in the swamps must stop. And where the terrain allows, we replace rice growing with fish farming at the edge of the swamp, which is more profitable. Then the wetlands come back for irrigation, indigenous medicine, and rain formation. Then we come to the restoration of the natural forests, which guarantee for us the availability of the indigenous medicines, genetic materials, protecting the catchment areas and the rivers and rain formation. I thank the brother countries and sisters from Africa and friends from outside Africa that joined us today on this occasion. Kati rwekwaso zikomye tetwagala rwekwaso. No more excuses. Everybody wealth creation. Ate obugaga bwe buzaala emirimu. I thank everybody. I would now like to ask His Excellency Ndaishimie,
I think we ignore that.
Yeah.
who is the head of the African Union,
Yeah, that's right.
but also President of Burundi,
the Burundi president.
Because he's the chairperson of the African Union, to come here and greet you on behalf of the visiting president. Thank you so much.
Uganda oye! Uganda oye! Your Excellency, President Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, Head of State and Government, distinguished guests, great people of Uganda, Wariyorcha, it is a profound honor and a singular joy for me to stand before you today alongside the distinguished guests gathered here on this great day in the history of the Republic of Uganda. Beyond the beginning of a new presidential mandate, your election, Your Excellency President Museveni, stands as a powerful affirmation of the underlying peace, stability, and institutional continuity that Uganda has cultivated over the years. Your Excellency, your renewed mandate comes at a defining moment for our beloved Africa continent. By inaugurating this new term under the term Securing the gains and advancing towards a prosperous and emerging nation. You have once again demonstrated your unwavering commitment to the progress of Africa as a whole. Your Excellency, we have followed with admiration the remarkable transformation Uganda has achieved under your stewardship. During the years of your leadership, your nation has undergone profound progress in the field of security, social cohesion, and economic development. Through sustained economic growth, strategic investment in infrastructure, and policies aimed at reducing poverty and improving livelihoods, Uganda has steadily positioned itself among the continent's most promising emerging economies. Your Excellency, at this occasion, I would like to pay special tribute to your invaluable contribution to the restoration and the consolidation of peace in Burundi. At a critical moment in our history, your leadership, wisdom, and personal commitment played a decisive role in supporting dialogue, reconciliation, and stability in my country. The people of Burundi will always remember with gratitude your tireless efforts in favor of peace, not only within our borders, but throughout the Great Lake region. Also, in our region, you are rightly regarded as an elder statesman, a wise and respected senior leader whose counsel continues to guide efforts toward peace, unity, and cooperation among our nations. That is why, on behalf of the people of Burundi and all those who have directly benefited from Uganda's progress and hospitality, I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Republic of Uganda and to you personally, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, as I conclude, I wish to warmly congratulate the people of Uganda for the confidence they have once again placed in His Excellency President Museveni. In doing so, you have reaffirmed your attachment to peace, stability, resilience, and wise leadership. It is my sincere hope that this new mandate will usher in even greater prosperity and opportunity to every Ugandan family. May your wisdom, dear brother President Museveni, continue to enlighten our continental dialogue, and may the bonds of fraternity and cooperation between Uganda and the nations of Africa grow ever stronger. May Almighty God bless our great Africa continent. May God bless Uganda and its courageous people. I thank you very much. Mwebale.
Abarundi barahari. We are now entering Chisanja, no more sleep. And we are entering Chisanja, no more corruption. You heard the prayers. You heard the prayers of the bishop. That prayer of the bishop should be captured properly. Okusaba kwa bishop kukolomedde ababbi. No more corruption, no more sleep. NRM oye. NRM ebeo.
Your Excellency, I would like to thank you for the address to the nation and seek your guidance on how to proceed with the 2 entertainment items which are on our program. If it pleases you, Your Excellency, I now invite Legacy to make their presentation in less than 5 minutes. And as they are coming, I request all of you to join me again in thanking His Excellency the President for that comprehensive address to us. And very quickly, Your Excellency, also, I would like to mention that all the RDCs are here, the RCCs, the LOC5 chairmen, the NRM chairmen from all districts are here joining you in this momentous occasion. Legacy, you have the floor. Less than 5 minutes. Thank you very much for that performance, Legacy. May I now invite Weso, and thank you for keeping time. Weso, please come on the stage and entertain His Excellency the President, our newly inaugurated President, and our treasured guests here present. Your Excellency, Uweso is now coming on stage, also to use less than 5 minutes to entertain you and our guests.
The story starts. A child stood silent. Tears in the heart, no food, no school, no song to sing. Till Mama Janet came with hope on wing. Yoweri rose and stretched her hand, spread love and hope across the land. Museveni stood firm, right by Mama's side, turned to hope and fear to pride.
Yoweri.
Thank you very much, Uweso. Yeso, thank you very much for that thematic entertainment song. Your Excellencies, we are joined by Mr. Fadil El-Mehi, Special Envoy from Libya. Your Excellencies and visiting heads of state, let me now use this chance to thank you once again for your time and patience, and most important, the brotherliness between our country and your countries. Your Excellency and visiting heads of state and government, distinguished visitors, we have now come to the end of our proceedings this afternoon. We shall now have the anthems in reverse order. Band Commander. Excellencies, let me request all of us to resume our seats and remain composed as His Excellency the President says farewell to his guest visiting heads of states, beginning with His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. And next will be the President of Somalia. What are the names? Names.
Names of these Yeah, that's the one.
His Excellency the President of Burundi is departing, and next is His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. How about the card? The card.
Next one is
The name. That's my mistake.
So it has to wait for
His Excellency the President of Somalia is departing. After the President of Somalia, His Excellency Fure Esozima Ganazingbe, President of Togo, will depart. This car. After Togo. His Excellency the President is saying farewell to the visiting heads of states and governments, and indeed our treasured and distinguished visitors. That is Togo. After Togo. Togo has left. Is that Togo?
That's Togo.
Is that Togo?
That's Togo.
Okay. His Excellency the President of Togo is now departing. Next will be His Excellency Brahim Gali, the President of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. His Excellency the President of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic will depart next. Is it the one? But where is this car? What's the car? The President, His Excellency Brahim Gali, President of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, is on the stage to depart. the team that is moving the motorcades, please move a little faster. His Excellency is waiting. And next is Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Please move the motorcade of Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Next to depart is Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the Republic of Tanzania. I request the team that is moving the motorcades to act faster. Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, is due to depart. I request the convoy commanders to act faster. Her Excellency is waiting. I thank you all for the patience and the discipline which we have all exhibited as Ugandans in hosting our guests from the time they arrived here in our beautiful country, the Pearl of Africa. Thank you, Convoy Commander. I can see some action. Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan will depart next. Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Tanzania. After Her Excellency departs, His Excellency Bryce Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Gabonese Republic, will depart. May the convoy commanders follow that president in releasing the motorcades. The next motorcade we expect on the stage is that of His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Gabonese Republic. Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan is now departing. We thank Your Excellency for your physical presence at this momentous occasion. And she's departing with His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, the former President of the Republic of Tanzania. Thank you for gracing our occasion. Next to depart is His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Gabonese Republic. And the motorcade on standby should be for His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Her Excellency the President of Tanzania has departed. On the stage is a motorcade of His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Gabonese Republic. We request the convoy commander to move faster the motorcade of His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique. His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema is departing the stage, President of the Gabonese Republic. Next to depart, Your Excellency, is His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Convoy commander, please move faster. And the next motorcade is for His Excellency Taye Atske Selassie, President of the Federal Democratic.
Ground TV, 100% entertainment. Ground TV, 100% entertainment.
Omukandami w'abalangira n'abambejja Niko Mutora. Yo! Mu Mutora Comedy House Experience season ey'okubiri nga 15 Mei 2026 ku Club Obligato Mutora Comedy House yonna yakutusanyusa ng'ekulembeddwamu Vanessa Kayira, Saneluna Nagira, Chukambo Mutamivu, Angela Angel, Regani n'abalala bangi ne bakomedians bonna Amatombalanguzi, Madra Chiko, Mary Hatstumbetu, Sami ne Shawa ku mulyango gy'okusasula emitwalo 2 n'emitwalo 5 VIP emeza yakakadde mujjatu seke mujjatu simba kagere mu comedy byonna biwagiddwa Star Times Makula Chika, Heavy Chicken, Suzo Properties, Crown Japan Katwe, Mami Gadgets, Alma Skin Clinic, Juicy Nasana, 5D's Phones and Accessories, Panzatronics, Gadget Junction, Power Alcoholic Kombucha, the Radio 4.
Ground TV, 100% entertainment.
About the former Now, departing is His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the former President of the Republic of Kenya. And His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And His Excellency Haile Mariam, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia. And then His Excellency the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will depart.
Them to arrange the following convoys in the meantime.
His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the former President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Republic of Nigeria, and His Excellency Haile Mariam, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, will depart, and then His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, will depart. We thank you for your time, your patience, and we indeed thank you for the brotherly relations between our countries.
They made a mistake.
May we clear that ground for the motorcades? Kindly clear the ground for the motorcades. His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, former President of the Republic of Kenya, and His Excellency Haile Mariam, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, will now depart, and then His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will depart. We shall continue announcing the order in which other remaining heads of delegations will depart. His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo is now departing. The former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And next is His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the former President of the Republic of Kenya.
This is for Ethiopia. That's Ethiopia. Former Prime Minister. Former Prime Minister.
His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta is now departing.
Former Prime Minister, Ethiopia. Former Prime Minister, Ethiopia.
And next is His Excellency Haile Mariam, the former Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. And now, this is the moment. His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will depart. The chairman of Non-Aligned Movement, the chairman of G77 plus China, the chairman of the East African Community, and the chairman of the African Peer Review Commission. On the stage is a motorcade of His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, newly inaugurated President of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellency, we thank you for the resilience in leading all of us and the transformation that has transpired in our country under your visionary leadership. I request all of us to remain calm remain composed in your seats. We still have high delegates remaining in the VVIP 10, and we shall request the convoy commanders to release their motorcades in the order which I'm going to announce. First, for His Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, we thank you for your time and we sincerely congratulate you again very warmly on your swearing in and inauguration. The motorcades that will follow are for His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of, followed by His Excellency General Chiwenga and his dear spouse, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. His Excellency, the President of Uganda, is now departing.
Good afternoon and welcome to the ceremony that has just ended of the inauguration of the president of the country. He is no longer president-elect. Right now he is the president, the official president of the country, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni Kaguta, for his 7th term here to be able to. He made a few comments even as he was going on. One of the comments was, this term is no sleep. He also says this term is no corruption, and he also referred to the prayer that was made by the bishop there. He has mentioned 7 bricks there that should be making his maiden speech something to think about, but also that is the yardstick by which we'll be measuring the president going on for the next 5 terms from 2026 to 2031. A showpiece of the UPDF that has happened here, and would like to have some commentary by some of the guests that we have to tell us exactly what has happened here today, and want to look forward to some of the things that they are saying and what their indication of what the president said today. Good afternoon, sir. It's good to have you. Looking very nice this afternoon.
You look smart too.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon. Good afternoon, Ugandans. Hope you all good. We are in Kololo. We thank our president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for assuming another term of office. We just wish him well, and we know that this term is going to be the best term ever. He has said that this is term no sleep. No sleep means that we are taking Uganda to another step, taking Uganda to the middle income status. I know what President Museveni says. When he says, he delivers. So we know that he's going to deliver, and Ugandans are going to go to the middle class income status.
One of the things the president emphasized after he said no sleep, he said no corruption. You, as the NRM, 40 years, this thing seems to be eluding you as a party, and you're failing to find it. Why?
No, for sure, President Museveni is doing his best to see that we combat corruption in this country. He has appointed General Muhoozi Kainerugaba. He has done a lot. We see he has imprisoned very many army officials, government officials. So we believe that government officials will no longer engage in corruption again in this term. And we also urge to fellow Ugandans that please, corruption is just taking us back. Let us focus and develop our country. There is no room for corruption in this term.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon, and thank you for being part of us. So you have seen most of the things the president talked about are in the areas of no sleep, and also in the areas of him discussing corruption and saying this time he's willing to have no sleep and ensure that Ugandans are able to join us here. I am joined by General Tema, Commander of the Reserve Forces. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
So how are you? How has the day been so far for you?
Very good. I started from yesterday when I was busy receiving all the head of state from all the countries that have come to witness this occasion. It has been a very colorful one. And a message from the president. And I want to thank my people of the northern Uganda for giving a very good vote. And the president said this time was of no sleep. He want everyone to reach a middle income.
And the president praised the Operation Wealth Creation, which you were part of, for having brought us to the middle income status. Why is corruption still eluding us as a country, General Tema?
Well, it is. I think it's glaring. The time for the corrupt people it is time now. It is time now because it is very clear those who are corrupt, they'll be dealt with, as the president put it. And with wealth creation, I want to thank General Saleh, who have worked very hard to promote the wealth creations, and is very more than ready with a lot of energy that a lot is going to be done.
The president stressed agriculture, an area that you're in northern Uganda there. But when we speak about the poverty in northern Uganda, it's concerning. Do you have the same concerns, and what are you going to do different?
Well, now people of northern Uganda, yes, we realize our problem. Our problem, we are not cultivating the cash crop. We are mainly cultivating the crop which has no value. Yes. Now with the guidance of wealth creation and the president, we are now into coffee growing, we are now in cashew nut growing, we are now really tackling the crop which can really change our life. Yes. And I believe this time around, the distribution of coffee seeds is going on, the life will change.
Thank you very much. A lot of work you have done in northern Uganda. Thank you very much. The roads, we appreciate. So you have heard from General Tema. He's also talking about corruption. Will the NRM be able to fight corruption? This thing that seems to elude them year after year. And in this 7th year, can they deliver on no corruption in this country? The president specifically spoke of the 7 bricks there. He also gave examples of people who are big in farming. He also talked about the low labor there and stretched even further and talked about Kira Motors, where the blue collar jobs are. He says that if we only utilize about 7 million acres of Uganda's land, we can be able to have 105 million people employed. But there are things that are enablers like electricity, like roads in here. He has also spoken about them. He has spoken about commercial agriculture. Is that possible, especially with the fragmenting of land in this country? A lot of dignitaries here, especially the heads of states or their representatives, over 30 of them have been here. The clergy has also been here. The ministers and the MPs elect have all been here to hear the same message towards their mission as NRM to protect the gains. What gains will they protect? Will they be able to protect them? We also expected, I see General Lakara here. General, please come, don't elude me. The General has eluded me there, but I want to know if the UPDF can be able to sustain the construction that it's doing now. How more of these projects can they be able to sustain and do as a country there? I am joined Honorable, it's good to have you. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
What are your expressions about what the president said today?
And of course, he has been direct to the point. No more sleeping, no more corruption.
Yes.
I think Uganda has a very great future in terms of productivity, value addition, and increase of household income. Yes. These are the very issues he was tackling. We have an opportunity. Some of us who have been out there, Uganda is endowed with a lot of resources.
Yes.
If we're able to harness them to our advantage as households, our people will get out of poverty.
Yes.
And this is the very topic the president was addressing. I am glad to note that this Chisanja is a Chisanja of no sleeping. Us as leaders who are supporting the president should go down to the community, to the constituencies, and be able to drive this agenda through the households of our communities.
So as a member of parliament, is this giving you the mandate on what you are focusing on as the NRM for the next 5 years?
Absolutely, yes. This is a mandate that has been manifested by our president. So for us, we need to drum this message down to our people. And remember, this has been the message consistency the president has talked about. But now what is very critical at this time is to make sure our people are able to create a buy-in, create a value addition through the chains as we create markets outside and even in the region to promote intra-regional trade and exports to other countries.
Thank you very much, Honorable. All the best on your swearing in the next few days. So you have heard from the Member of Parliament elect for Rwampara there, and he's talking about different aspects of it. I'm joined by the Honorable Kabyanga, Minister of ICT and National Guidance. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Timothy. How are you?
Is the message clear? Are your marching orders clear for the next 5 years?
Very, very clear. And our manifesto is very clear. I strongly believe these 5 years will be a turning point because we have 3 targets which we must hit. One is the 10-fold growth strategy.
Yes.
Then we have the double-digit growth. And then we have the qualitative leap to higher middle income status.
Also, unemployment of youth, Honorable Minister, how is that going to be tackled? Something that the President did not hint on, but it's a big problem for us all.
first of all, if the economy is growing, then it grows with jobs. And two, I think the president has been very clear. We also need to change our education system to train people to fit within the economy, not just training any course. He has emphasized vocational education, and obviously we are going to ensure more industries coming, because civil service can't provide enough jobs, and we are also trying to see how we can empower communities so that people can start employing themselves mainly in the agriculture sector.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We appreciate. See you very soon. So you have heard from the Honorable Minister of ICT talking about exactly. I have the Vice Chancellor here.
How's it going?
Lawrence, it's good to have you.
Pleasure having me here, and excited as well like everyone else. But most importantly, congratulating the President upon this remarkable milestone to cement his legacy and leave us with something our grandchildren can always look back and say, someone built something that they are proud of. But also, I picked something that gives me hope. This term, these 5 years are not for sleeping, and that's very, very important. And we need to wake up, all of us. We should stop asking what government is going to do for us, but rather we start also saying, what are we going to do for this government to succeed?
And Professor, being the Vice Chancellor of Victoria University, education is at your heart. We have had conversations about this. It's something that we didn't hear him emphasize. What can we do different, especially if we're looking at having unemployment as normal?
Earlier today, I tweeted, and in my tweet, I congratulated him upon this inauguration, but within my very tweet, I packaged some information here that I look forward to a new term of 5 years where meaningful education policies, productive education policies, but also a Uganda driven by tech that we are about to see. So I hope these 5 years are going to unleash that. But even in his speech, I saw something, ICT. So how do we unpack that? Cherishing education, how do we unpack that? I'm waiting to see that being implemented in these 5 years. But again, like I said earlier, we don't have to wait for him to tell us, but also us, especially the forthcoming 12th Parliament. What are they going to do to put our education top, to put us in a technologically driven country, and we have a chance to thrive and compete with the rest of the world?
Thank you very much, Professor Lawrence. It's always a pleasure to have you. I also have another honorable here. Good afternoon, sir.
Engineer Raymond Kamcha, the Director for Industrial Hubs at State House.
Yes.
This Museveni has emphasized that this Chisanja is for no sleeping and no corruption. So we are calling upon all the young people in this country to have, to know that this is their time to go. If you are out in the districts, in the outskirts there, industrial hubs are going to increase. He has promised we are going to add 17 industrial hubs across the country, and we do value addition, we do common user facilities, we do hands-on skilling for free of charge. Our next intake is starting on 28th of this very month. So all young people, you can go to your district leaders, the chairman 95, commercial officer, RDC, the chairperson for the young people. This is the time to go and you learn your skill for free in welding, carpentry, tailoring, shoemaking, so that you can start your own enterprise and even start other jobs. But also when you're skilled in these industrial hubs, there are circles to give you startups. You can have startups free of charge, and then you are able to enhance your enterprise, and then we grow this economy to a first world country.
Director, my last question to you. You mentioned hubs, but there's also corruption. In those districts, the young people are going there and they're asking them for Kintu Kidogo to be able to get into these things. The president has mentioned it. What are you going to do different?
This is a corruption-free program, and it's a program free of charge. I'm calling upon all leaders to know that if we dare get you, you will be reprimanded and will take you to the courts of law. The anti-corruption unit of State House will come for you straight away. It's a free program. We want the young people of this country to have another chance to come into the education system. If we dare get you, we'll have to intervene, and in the strongest terms possible, so that you're held accountable by the laws of Uganda.
Thank you, Director. We appreciate your time. Please keep doing the good work. So that's what you've heard from there. They're telling us the hubs will work. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. It's good to have both of you here. How are you?
Thank you. How are you, sir?
So the message of the president, what do you make of it?
Well, he has talked about unity.
Yes.
He has talked about sectarianism, and he talks about the coming session. That's the 5 years is for progress in the nation, in the country. Yeah.
Thank you. Does the president's message give you confidence for the next 5 years?
It does, because as a team from the Democratic Party, we think unity, working together and fighting corruption is the way to go. And we are also behind our president for what is coming next, the speakership.
Interesting that you say that, but also as a Democratic Party, your cooperation has come to an end. What does that mean for you as a party?
The cooperation agreement has got a clause for extension. Peaceful presidential transition, electoral reforms, reconciliation and dialogue are processes. And we think it is in the interest of Uganda for that agreement to continue.
He mentions transition. It's something we didn't hear the president say. We know he's growing old at 81. What are you going to put on the table this time in the next cooperation agreement to make that happen?
In his address to the visitors here, he talked about the given parties that have been working with him in sense during the elections. We realized that we have not been of violence. He has talked about the UPC, has talked about the DP, and we think we are looking at a leadership that is going to be mingled, as how he puts it.
We hope to see success in the Democratic Party, especially some of the things that we expect to be happening. They have mentioned their chairman, the Honorable Norbert Mao there, who is going to be vying for the speakership come the 25th of May this year. Beginning tomorrow, the members of parliament elect will be stepping into the swearing in. The first bunch will be tomorrow, the next bunch will be the next day, and the other day they'll be going on like that. But we still stick to what the president is saying, and we want to be able to see exactly what he said. I'm joined by the Right Honorable, please join me here, Rosemary Namayanja, the Deputy Secretary General of the NRM. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda upon his swearing in, but most importantly, he led us through the campaign, the grassroots campaign that we embarked on. This is what we were looking for, and finally it has been done. We want to thank Ugandans immensely for changing the tide. The turn-up was big, but also the percentage upon which we won, both at presidential, parliamentary and local government elections, was massive. So we are glad, and he has given us briefing instructions that this is Chisanja, no Muslim.
Right Honorable, you have been successful in delivering the victory, 71.6%, but they've given you marching orders, no corruption, no sleep. What does that mean for the Secretariat to support the executive and the legislature?
That means, first and foremost, we must stick to the manifesto, because what he has said here is what is in our manifesto. Yes. The 7 bricks that NRM has put onto Uganda, this was his message from rally number 1 to the last rally. So we are supposed to triple our efforts or quadruple our efforts, but also to ensure that we fight corruption from the village level up to national level.
Congratulations and have a successful 5-year term there. You have seen the Deputy Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement giving us her parting shot, especially them leaning towards the manifesto there. The President has delivered. Now the question is, what will the 100 first days hold for the President? Can he deliver this manifesto come 2031? This we all test to see. From us here at Kololo to you, Timothy Nyangweso there. God bless you. Have a fabulous evening.
Ground TV 100% entertainment.
Mumutoro Comedy House Experience Season yokubiri ga 15 Mei 2026 ku Club Obligato Mutoro Comedy House yona yakutusanyisa ngekulembedwa mu Vanessa Kayira Sana Runanagira Chukambo Mutamivu Angela Angel Regani n'abalala bangi ne ba comedians bonna Amatombalanguzi Madra Chiko Mary Hatstumbetu Samine Shawa ku miryango gy'okusasula emitwalo 2 n'emitwalo 5 VIP emeza yakakadde mujjatu seke mujjatu simba kagere mu comedy biwagidwa Star Times Makula Chika Heavy Chicken Suzo Properties Crown Japan Katwe Mami Gadgets Alma Skin Clinic Juicy Nasana 5D's Phones and Accessories Panzatronics Gadget Junction Power Alcoholic Kombucha The Radio 4
Ground TV, 100% entertainment.
Are you looking for a professional company that works with transparency, integrity, and unmatched creativity? Well, look no further. Introducing Vice Group of Companies. We are experts in general construction of all kinds of structures, road construction services, supply of all building materials, real estates, survey services, title transfer, architectural drawings and plans, electrical installations for both domestic and industrial, fabrication works, both steel and aluminium, construction management consultancy, property management, renovations and